Will do. Thanks everyone for joining us. We're gonna get started shortly here.
Okay, all right. As long as that works, then I can run that. Yeah, that's.
Hey everyone, we're gonna get started here soon. We're just still waiting for some people to trickle in. Thank you for joining.
Over here. So if you guys want to participate in the workshop, it will be over here, but if not, then you're ready.
This side,
Say that again.
use that for workshop.
Yeah. I'm gonna be talking over here. Yep, you're in the right spot.
These chairs.
They're just for show. Go. Good morning. How are you? Fair. That'll happen. I'm doing good. We're running into as it's with case. Yep. Great way of putting it.
We won.
Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for coming again. I am Ojals. I work for this company called Zoom. And we're excited to partner with Cherry and Qdrant today. Let's just take a quick photo. Hi, everyone. I try to go and get more people. Sure. Which was just before you get to reception. If you arrive, there's a sign on the door, it's a corridor. Such a. Would you get us? All right, guys, I think we got stuff working. Right?
Yep, you're good to go.
Perfect. Yeah, I'll just do a quick intro. You can check in on this. Okay.
All right.
I just wanted to say a couple of words before we start the event. My name's Stephen Preston. I'm head of developer advocacy for generative AI here at AWS. I just want to say thank you to everybody for coming out on a Friday to this event. Really appreciate you being here. Wanted to say thank you as well to Thierry, who's been a driver behind this event.
Thank you for having me.
This is the second time now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Hopefully the second event.
Second of many. Let's keep them going.
So the main thing I just wanted to say, this is obviously all about Thierry today, but I just wanted to point out to you, and Oja, sorry.
Thank you.
If you look at your badges, at the back of your badges, there's a QR code. So this is the AWS Generative AI Loft. It's an ongoing program where we're scheduling generative AI related content very intensively, actually, for the next month, and then at a slightly lower intensity on an ongoing basis. So if you look at the QR code on the back of your badge, take your badge home with you at the end of this event, scan it, keep an eye out for the events being posted. We've got a big list already, more being added all the time. They're all free events. You're very welcome to come. They're aimed at just educating people on various aspects of generative AI and helping people, meet each other at one community here in San Francisco. So again, thank you for coming. I'm going to hand over to the real people here.
Awesome.
Yeah, let's start it up. Let's start it up.
Thank you so much, Stephen, for having us here. Thank you for everyone who's joining us digitally as well. I see we've got it's like 99 people. Awesome. And we've got a lot of people in here too. So
99 people online.
yeah.
That is
So
great.
thank you for joining us. Awesome to see all these faces. This is going to be a beautiful day. We want to teach people. The day's going to end with a talk from the CTO of LlamaIndex, Simon Suo. And we're going to have some workshops in between, a little lunch, hopefully get to meet someone, maybe get to learn something new. And maybe you can teach someone something as well. I actually have been learning a lot myself. I recently joined Qdrant. I used to be a data scientist, and now I'm a developer advocate and a data scientist. So as Stephen said, it's been really fun partnering with AWS. And today we're here with Zoom, who is represented by Oju. So Oju, why don't you come out? You want to say some words?
Yeah. So once again, thank you so much, everyone, for coming this morning. My name is Ojas. I am a senior developer advocate at Zoom. Do I really need a mic? Okay. Oh, for those guys. Okay. And yeah, just thank you. Let's build something together. I don't want to talk a lot about Zoom, but I have a quick question to ask. How many of you have used Zoom before? How many? You have never used Zoom?
Who's?
Oh, okay. No. A couple of people did not raise hands over there, and I was like, have you never used Zoom? Oh my God. Okay. How many of you have used Zoom for anything except for its meetings? Like, what have you used Zoom for except for meetings? All right. Okay. So WorkVivo? WorkVivo? WorkVivo, nice. Okay. Cool. So again, not going to talk a lot, but we have like a full suite of workplace solutions. Go and check sometimes today. What we're going to do is we're going to query some of the Zoom APIs today, going to get the data, insert into Qdrant,
Yes,
and Terry is going to teach us some cool magic with Qdrant. And then if you guys are still interested, we'll go ahead and build like some chatbots on Zoom. All right? Perfect. So let's get started.
All right, let's get started, everyone. So, as Ojas mentioned, what we're going to be building today, oh, that's the wrong screen. What we're going to be building today is an application that is going to allow you to query a Zoom API, and then from that Zoom API, what you're going to be able to do is basically open up your Zoom folder, and then from that Zoom meetings that you have, basically, we're going to create a program that's going to allow you to query your meetings, search through your meetings, and then also generate potential meetings that you have in the future, as well as something like semantic analysis through your meetings. So the Zoom API provides things like meeting transcript, meeting time, who was in the meeting, data like this. So what you can do is then, what you'll do in the afternoon with Ojas is actually build out a chatbot that's using that data. And you could, for example, build a chatbot to recommend meetings. What we're going to talk about in the morning is the Qdrant piece of that application, which is going to be more focused on the data, right? So basically, how many of you guys know what a vector database is? Yeah, so I'd say about half the people. Anyone want to take a stab at explaining to the crowd what a vector database is? Go ahead. Yes. Yeah.
A search, but it's really like, I want to look at this cluster of things that are kind of similar.
Exactly. Yeah. So to amplify what the gentleman said, it's basically like, hey, if you have all this unstructured data, you want to put it together and then be able to do things like search through it. That's where a vector database comes in. And I'm here today with Qdrant, which is open source. That's one thing we love about Qdrant is we're open source. So You can get 1 GB for free as well with Qdrant. So anyone who wants to use Qdrant could literally get started today. Not will pay us a dime. And we think that's really cool because we want to support open source. We definitely believe in open source. And Qdrant specializes in massive data. So when you think about Qdrant, you want to be thinking about companies that are big on social media that might need to make recommendations, or maybe companies that are working in the pharmaceutical field that need to be able to look through their data, but also have strict compliance issues. They want to make sure that the data access is different for US versus EU. You can kind of start to imagine the kind of capabilities that you have with Qdrant. Another one might be something like video recommendation on a streaming platform, right? You want to recommend videos to your users after they finish watching the video, depending on what they clicked. Another one might be food. So you have all these different applications. One that's actually, I think, is really cool that came up recently is an application called Pro Matchups. This is something built by Robert Kalk, who is from Emergent Ventures. And he's using Qdrant to predict the news. And then what he's done is he's writing an article about a sports game in the future. And then he's taking the score from that article to try to predict who the winner will be. So it's kind of this roundabout betting system that's built on top of Qdrant. And these are the kind of things that you can really see people are starting to get creative with what they're doing with their data. It used to just be, a simple RAG app, and now people are kind of kicking things up a notch. So as I mentioned, I'm here with Qdrant. I did want to mention we do have a webinar next week as well with LlamaIndex. So if you're interested in that learning stuff, sign up for that as well. So Ojus, did you want to talk about the Zoom piece, or do you want, how do you want to handle this?
So why don't let everyone first, close the video.
Okay.
So
So first, let's head over to GitHub.
we
And
create like a channel to communicate so that we can put all the links and questions together. Cool. Let's do
that.
So
Let's do it.
So people online, if you guys can hear me, we're going to share a channel real quick, and then everyone go ahead and join that channel. So if you have any questions, you can just post that channel.
And I'll also drop this link inside of Luma, just so that you guys all have access to it.
Everyone has Zoom downloaded, I'm assuming, right?
And okay, that's something I was going to go through, but if you don't, you got to get Zoom. Come on, guys. And I just sent out the link to the GitHub repo that we're going to be using today. Fair enough. Yeah, it's whatever works for you, I think whatever helps for you, right? I just sent everyone the link on Luma. Oh, you mean the link to join the Zoom?
The Zoom channel.
You can send it on Luma as well. Yeah.
Yes.
Yep. Anyone who's registered on Luma. And then what we can do as well is I'll just make sure that everyone has that link available on the chat. Yeah, I see that, Jimmy, you're asking for the links on LinkedIn as well. I will drop the I'll drop the links in the chat. Give me 1 second here. And this would be the time, if you haven't signed up for things like Zoom or Qdrant, while we have this little lull, you can go ahead and get signed up.
You should be getting that email. So if you're registered on Luma, you should be getting that email. Just click on the link and hopefully you should be able to join the channel.
And I'm going to be dropping that link for the Zoom people right now. And
Is everyone getting the same error? Cannot join the channel?
Yeah.
oh, they can't join the channel?
Yeah.
Beauty of doing it live. And then I'll also drop this GitHub link in the channel. So the presentation that we're going to share is that GitHub link that I just dropped in the channel there, Alexander.
Patience, we're just trying to see if we can get this chat set up, but probably get started here even without it if it's not working pretty soon here.
Just checking the chat. Yep, you're very welcome. Yeah, so what you see behind me, I just ran it so that we can save a bit of time, but that's kind of what it's going to look like when we're hitting the Zoom API. So get a little sneak peek here.
Click on the link I just sent you and see if you can join this channel. Then I'll
Yeah,
send it to but I also
channel cannot be found. What, working on that, and I'll just go on a brief, like a kind of an overview of what's going on here. Okay. So let me pull up a total so that we can look at one full entry. Okay. So before we take a look at the code, I think it might be instructive here to work backwards a bit and show you what a sample output might actually look like. So what we're going to do with the code today is basically a three-step process. First step is hit the Zoom API, get data. Second step is store said data inside of Qdrant. Third step is query said data using Qdrant. So those are kind of the three pieces that are part of the project today, right? And this is going to be the first piece where we basically have code in here that is going to allow you to hit the Zoom API, and then we've got this sample data. So we can see here, we've got a preview of the first meeting right here. And you can see there's someone called Alex, there's someone called Janet, there's someone called Max, and we can see their conversation. We can see the transcript of their conversation. We can see the entire context length. And if I keep scrolling, you're going to see that there's more and more meetings, right? And what we do in our code is basically we are going to take that data, and then you see how we have these multiple user files up here. Let me hide the terminal a bit so you can see it. Basically, each one of these users files, we got Michael Jackson in our team, that's pretty cool. Each one of these user files is going to represent a user. So when we run this code, basically it's going to populate that data file with all of our users. And then once we have our users, this is when we start talking about the code. So the very first thing that we're going to do is this thing called initializing our Qdrant client. And this is when I'm going to take us back to actually the Quadrant docs, because Quadrant has multiple ways of using the client. So, oh, that zoomed in for me for some reason. So this is our documentation. Just kind of wanted to show everyone, hey, if you're ever looking for a question about Quadrant, this is where you could find it. But we actually offer multiple clients, right? So we have I clicked the wrong link there. We have a JavaScript client, we have a Rust client, we have a Go client, we've got a TypeScript client, we've got a .NET client. So basically, any way that you're trying to use Quadrant, assuming that you know any of these languages, you should be able to connect to Quadrant and get yourself started. But what you'll also notice is that we have these different kind of services, right? So in the code that I have here, I'm actually using Docker. If you're not familiar with Docker, basically Docker is another way to host a program. And we're using Docker here. There's also the local version. So when you're thinking about using Quadrant, you basically want to think about it in 3 different steps, where first you start on the local for kind of demo and development. Then you're going to move on to Docker for a little more testing, being able to mount your data, persist data. And then when you go to production, you want to be on the cloud. So we're going to start here with using Docker and local. And then in the second half of the portion, I'm going to actually take you on the cloud, and we'll see how you can use the cloud you want. But I wanted to just point that out because there's multiple different ways that you can use Quadrant. And one of the beauties of Quadrant is the flexibility throughout multiple environments. So whether you're working on dev, stage, or prod, the only thing you need to change is one line of code. Everything else can stay the same. So then the next step is we've got this collection name variable, which is basically going to be the name of our collection. And this might actually be a good time for me to just pull up a cloud so that you guys can all visualize exactly what's happening here. So this is the cloud website, which I'll go over in more detail now. But for now, I just want to show you how the collections work, right? So I have this collection that I've called user recordings, and I put this inside of my cloud database. So what I can do is I can actually come in here and look at the collection and get all kinds of different information about that user recording. But basically what you want to know about this line right here is, hey, each collection needs to have its own name, and in different collections, you're going to have different data. So you can see I have all these collections I've been using for testing and things like that. And basically, the way that you would separate your data is through collections. So I come from a data science background. I like to think of collections like that's a bucket of data, you know, and you can combine them. There might be use cases where you just want to have one collection, but for the most part, you want to keep different data in different collections. So what we're doing here is we're just ensuring that the path exists, because when you create your cluster, you're going to pass in certain parameters like what is the size and what distance you want. And then if you try to pass in data that does not match up with this, you're going to get errors. So basically, I have this function here to make sure that the function exists with the configurations that we want. And then if it doesn't exist, you can override it. And then, as I mentioned earlier, we're loading that data from data. We're going to give each entry a unique ID. And then here is where we actually are inserting the data into Quadrant. So Quadrant has something called points. And when you think of points, you might want to think of it as entries. Basically, when we go back here, if I click on the user recordings, you see it's telling me, hey, you've got approximately 40 points. And those points, if I were to come in here and like look at it in detail, you'll see I have some meeting stuff, right? So here's our meeting, maybe the summary, maybe the next steps. I've got all these different meetings inside of my cloud cluster, right? So when we talk about points, the points would be those individual meetings, not necessarily one piece of that data piece, but I am talking about that individual meeting. So what we're doing here is we have a for loop to basically go through all of the data inside of the data folder. And we're grabbing out all of these things that we care about. And then here we have something called a point struct, which is crucial to Qdrant and the way that we put our data inside of the vector database. Basically, Qdrant is going to expect you to have these variables inside of your point. And the big thing here is that by passing in the payload, what you can do is you can actually tell your database what you care about. And in this specific case, we're telling it, hey, we're going to care about the topic, we care about the start time, we care about the duration, and we care about the summary. Why would we care about these things? Well, let's say I want you to recommend me a meeting in the future. I need to know what time the meeting's going to start. I need to know the summary of the meeting. I need to know the topic of the meeting, etc. Right? And then we're going to go ahead and insert the points or upsert, I should say, and we're just calling a collection name, which we defined earlier. And then we just verify the insertion because I like verifying stuff. It kind of saves you trouble with your errors. And then, sorry, I just had to change that data directory there. And then what you can do is basically you've got all your files, and then we're going to print, hey, data insertion is complete. And then we've got this second piece, which is query.py. So here we're actually using Anthropic, and we're also using sentence transformers. So later on, I'm going to show you how to do this using Fast Embed, which is Qdrant's built-in embedding library. But we see a lot of people default to Fast Embed default to sentence transformers. So that's what I'm using here, so that you can later on see the difference between Fast Embed and sentence transformers. The biggest difference you're going to see is Fast Embed is built for speed. All of the embedding models are quantized to 0.92. So you lose a tiny bit of accuracy, but you gain a whole bunch of speed. So sticking with the theme of Qdrant, we want to go fast. If you're not first, you're last. Okay, so now we're getting into the query file, right? So in this query file, what happens is we're going to actually go ahead and query the documents that we stored inside of our database, right? And we're using regex to match stuff, whatever. A lot of this is just boilerplate. But here is the fun part. So I'm telling it, I want you to query from user recordings. And what I do then is I have this function where we're going to use something called client search, where this is basically built into Qdrant, is this search function. And then we're limiting it to 5, but you could have this limit be higher. Excuse me. And then you'll notice that this payload is the same payload that we had in insert, right? Topic, start time, duration, and summary. The only new thing is score, simply because there's no score when you're putting the data in. You need a search to actually happen to have a score. And that is how you're going to actually format your results. Before I go into the Anthropic piece, I just want to pause here. It's been about 30 minutes. Does anyone have any questions so far? All right, let me check the chat, make sure everyone's good. Okay, it looks like
Ideally, I think everyone, you might get an email saying that you're being added to a Zoom teach channel. Please accept that. I really do not want to stress it. So I'm just manually adding everyone.
So Ojus just said, if you couldn't hear him, he's manually adding people to the Zoom chat. So if you get a message telling you to come to Zoom, it's coming from Ojus. It ain't man.
Oh yeah, it would be like OJS test user. It's from my personal account.
Yeah, Ojus test user. Okay. Ojus test user. Okay, cool. So let's keep going here. All right. So now what we can do is we're going to use Anthropic, and we're basically going to create an AI assistant, which is going to look through that data that we stored and give us an answer back. So in this query that we currently have, it's like a super vanilla query, and we're going to change this query shortly to make it a little more fun. But basically what's happening here is, first we're telling you to use Claude 3.5 Sonnet, and I'll give you an API key that you can use if you do not have one for this presentation shortly. And that won't be available after this presentation, by the way, so any enterprising people out there, apologies. But basically what you can do is you can pass in the model and then you can tell it certain parameters like, hey, this is my max tokens, whatever. And then we're telling it, hey, you're an assistant, answer queries based on search results, which you notice is super big, right? This is a meeting chatbot or a meeting data, I should say, but we're not telling it, hey, this is meeting data. We're just being super big. And then we're just like, hey, return that message content. So now, make sure everything is saved. If we run this, let me clear just so we have a nice, beautiful terminal to work with. So as I mentioned earlier, the first thing that's going to happen here is we're going to actually, oh, wow, this is long. Well, let me just stop someone instead of scrolling up. Sorry about that. Okay, so what we're doing here is we're bringing in data from all of these different meetings, right? So if you actually look at the data, you'll see, hey, all of these meetings have their little transcripts, they have their data, all of the stuff that we asked for inside of that payload. It looks like, oh, well, that makes sense. Unfortunately, I need to change this. Give me 1 second here. So this error is just coming up because we had to make some last second changes and this computer doesn't realize that I am not Otis. I'm Terry. So let's do that and run it again. Okay, cool. Any questions so far? All right, it seems like everyone's following along so far. I love it. So this is running, and basically when this is finished running, what we'll be able to do is actually make a query to this data. So now, boom, okay, it looks like it worked. We see, oh, no, it didn't like this file or directory. Once again, give me 1 second here. I'm just going to troubleshoot this because I know what the data directory is. Uh, It's missing the underscore Zoom. Thank you for having better eyes than me. 1 second. Yep. Quadrant example Zoom, and it's not capital. Okay. Thank you, sir. All right, let's try this again. Go ahead and clear server.js. Oh, it's a lot of meeting data. Okay, all data fetched. Let's hope we don't get an error here. And even if we do, this is also part of the fun. So we did get an error again. Wondering if the error might be coming from another place. Give me 1 second here. So what is my relative path? This is running on yours, right?
Yes.
I might have to just, I might have to borrow yours for this.
I'm just making everyone with the report.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, maybe it just didn't. Oh, you know, it's because I have it in a folder called Fridays. Computers, they do exactly what you tell them to. You gotta love it. Okay. Apologies for that. Hopefully, at least we get a new error. Looks like we're going farther. So now we were just pulling the data from Zoom. Now you can see we're actually taking this data and we're inserting it into Qdrant, right? So we're at least getting farther. Might still get an error, but you know, it's okay. I think it was Bob Ross who said, every time you have an error, it's just a happy little accident. Okay, cool. So now we are able to actually make a query, right? So we know that we have this meeting data and we know that we put in a very general prompt. So I'm just going to say something like, I'm a new hire in Eng. I'm gonna make it kind of broken English and see how well the model is. Hey dog, and I'll throw typos in. I'm just curious. A new hire in development. What meetings should I review? And it probably won't like this just because I mocked it up so much. Oh, no module name Anthropic. Okay, my apologies. We are doing this on the fly. I just need to install Anthropic. Apologies. Oh no, sorry. This thing will happen again, so we'll have a little fun. Just doing a little debugging. We had to make some changes to the code because of some firewall stuff. It's a very fun story. But basically, the idea here is we're going to start with this basic query that we're doing. And then I want to actually take you to the Cloud UI to just show you a bit how you can use the Cloud UI. Then we're going to come back here. I want to get some ideas. I want to use Cursor. I want to improve this query so that it's not just so general. Maybe we can do some formatting stuff. You know, let's kick this app up a notch and make it a little more fun. Okay. Query, and let's just make it, I'm a new hire in development. And just see where it goes. Ooh. Oh man, we're still getting errors here. Okay, Ojus, I think I might have to see. Yeah. You don't mind. Apologies for the delay, people.
Everyone see the GitHub repo? Were you able to clone it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the repo. So I'll post it again in the YouTube chat. It's that GitHub repo.
Yes, I forgot that. I am so sorry. So. Yes, first I'll quickly run the code, and then in the meantime, I'll focus on the stop. Create a.
No. That's where did I put my laptop?
It's there.
Okay.
Demo here.
Okay, cool. Thank you. So we're going to go right back to where we were. My apologies, but basically we're going to do that query. And it will run successfully. Grab a meeting data. And yeah, we're going to add that requirements as well. You're going to need Qdrant, you're going to need sentence transformers, and you're going to need Anthropic. Okay, cool. So what happened last meeting? So, 1 second, I just want to blow this up. Okay, so what happens here is I put in a query, what happened last meeting, right? And you see here that the answer is based on the provided search results, there isn't enough specific answer to answer the query. What happened last meeting conclusively? But the model does give us this answer where it says the only meeting with any content is this meeting where it's mentioned that the meeting was being recorded. However, without knowing which meeting is considered the last meeting in the context of the query, it's not possible for us to give an answer, right? Which makes total sense. We gave a very general prompt and when we're asking these questions, it's like not giving us a very good answer. So let's ask another question and let's just say, what does Oshus work on? And let's just see, is it going to be able to answer
I don't
that?
think so. Have like random data. So like my generate.
I think this is still using,
Okay, well, we got
yeah. So it says, hey, based on the provided results, there's no clear specific answers of what he does. However, we do have this information. He participates in Zoom meetings. He resolves technical issues. He discusses challenges with, and then he's planning an event called Lollapalooza, all these different things. And this is kind of the beauty of the RAG is even with this terrible query that we have, which is super generic and isn't specific to our use case at all, it's still like, hey, I'm not going to lie to you. I don't think there's a clear answer here. But here is what I think might look like an answer, right? And that's really the power in RAG, especially in an enterprise environment, or like if you're using this at your company, you don't want it to just lie to people. If there's a new hire that's coming and saying, hey, what meeting should I review? And the model doesn't know. We don't want it to just make something up, right? We want it to be honest and say, hey, I'm not exactly sure what's going on here. It kind of depends. We'll see what happens with the results, right? So that's the boilerplate of this app. And then what we're going to do throughout the day is improve the app kind of slowly but surely. And I hope that makes sense to everyone. Does it? Or any questions so far? Okay, cool. I hope everyone's with me. The idea is by the end of the day, we'll be able to do this query and we'll get a nice, beautiful formatted result that will actually make sense. So I just realized I'm on your laptop. I wanted to go to Quadrant Cloud. So let me switch again, if you don't mind.
In the meantime, what questions do you guys have for the reference? Yes.
So my question is, how it is handling the visualization. For example, if I must something product design meeting, so in that meeting, my teammates are talking much about how to design, right? Not verbalizing, just pointing to this and that in a meeting and making some left-hand changes.
That's a very good question, and that's probably what I'll walk you guys through right now. Basically, what we're doing is we're making a call to.
Can you please repeat the question with the answer? Because we couldn't.
Her question was, if I can summarize her question, it was like if I did not attend a meeting and people were just pointing fingers like hands, somewhere. How do I understand what they were talking about?
Yes.
Right. And we can go in detail once we go through like the Zoom APIs. But what we are essentially doing is we are calling a bunch of Zoom APIs. So like let's say you have a Zoom account. Assume you are working for an XYZ company. XYZ company will have like 10 users. 10 users will have like 100 meetings. 100 meetings will have 100 recordings. Assuming those meetings are being recorded. And those recordings will have like various fields. So you have like recording download URL, we have the transcription URL, we have the meeting summary URL, and again, I'll walk you through those APIs later. Essentially, what we're doing in this repo is we're making a call to all those APIs and ingesting all that data to Qdrant. Right now, I'm not taking in consideration the video files. So if the meeting was recorded, we would probably be analyzing like if we had inputted the video file, we would have be also analyzing the video. We're not doing that in this repo. But yeah, if there was like some way to do that, and I think Terry would be able to answer that question more. Like if I give you a video, how can you like figure out like where the user was pointing?
Yeah, so
insights in the database.
there's video analysis tools, right? Which I'm sure you're familiar with. Like the popular one right now is probably what do you call it? Gemini, because or GPT-4o, multimodal models that can handle this stuff. And basically, you can use a variety of techniques. A lot of people now are actually using agents where you basically take the video, you tell agents to chop the video up into still frames and describe those frames, and then they kind of put that together to create a nice synopsis of a video. I actually saw a tool from a company called Camel AI, where you can upload a video and it will provide a like synopsis of the video for you. So these tools exist, and it's all about integrating those kind of things inside of your pipeline, right? So if you're using like text, you're probably using ChatGPT. Sorry, you're using GPT. That's like a popular model for a lot of people using text. If you're using video, you just have to find that multimodal model that works for your use case.
So it's like a comparison, right? In the agenda, you provide what you are gonna talk about, and then later it will compare with the
Oh, yeah. That, okay, I see what you're saying. Kind of like you want to compare if the next steps from meeting one were accomplished in meeting two.
Correct.
Yeah. So in the Zoom API, they actually have next steps. So you could take the transcript, take the next steps, and then actually see how well they line up. Yeah. That's possible. That's a very good idea. Yeah. Yeah.
So within the chat, I've added the package.json and requirements.txt file. Hopefully that works out. If not, like we'll solve errors values.
Does anyone else have any other questions before others get started? You said the YouTube chat? Oh yeah, you want us to drop the JSON in the YouTube chat? Okay, so.
I secondly.
Sorry? Okay, yeah. We'll get it sent to you. You sent it to me on Zoom messages. Sorry about that.
So we are using the Zoom chat? Or
Yes, who's not yet added in the Zoom chat? Finish. Can you add those guys one by one? Could you send your email to Dinesh and sorry for the staff guys. There was like how many like limits on how many people I could add.
Okay, so I just dropped the package lock in the chat, and I'm about to drop the requirements as well.
Which I cannot add, so this is going to add again.
Okay, and these are the requirements. So hopefully if you're on YouTube, you should have access now to the package, as well as the requirements. Sorry, that's not the package lock, it's the package JSON. But I think everyone will, or it's the package lock.json.
No, the package.json I've separately attached.
Okay. The YouTube link? Yeah, it's in the Luma. So if you go to the Luma, you'll see the link. Yep. Yeah. Besides, I'm sorry, other ideas besides what? Uh, okay. Yeah. You're saying, yeah, we can discuss that more in length after this. Yeah. So to give you the schedule, basically, we're going to be in this presentation for about another hour. I was hoping to get to cursor, but we might just stick with this to kind of give you the hard code. And then from 12 to 1 is open coding. Ojus is going to give his presentation from 1 to 2, and then from 2 to 3 is open coding again. So you can link up with me anytime after that. We can work together. And then at 3, you got the speech from Simon, from LlamaIndex, the CTO. Was there a question? Other questions?
Did you get
What's up? Oh, okay, gotcha. What's up? We're just adding people to the Zoom chat right now. While he's doing that, I'm just curious, if you guys don't mind, I'm curious how people heard about the event. How'd you guys hear about it? Like, how did we hear about it? It was from what? Oh, nice, beautiful. I'm glad that was very cool. Twitter, cool. Was it Twitter for you as well? Oh, okay, cool. AWS, awesome. Where'd you guys hear about the event? AWS, beautiful, awesome.
Luma?
Luma, very cool. Where'd you hear about the event? Luma, okay. Luma. How about you guys? Where'd you hear about the event? Luma. Luma. We're all Luma back here. Cool. Anybody else need to be added? Got. We got a few more people, but just you want to get started while he's still doing that? Okay.
I'm assuming
Does anyone not have the repo?
don't have the report. Even if I receive an email,
I'll get it to him. All right. Could you send the YouTube and the repo to your specific email? I'm sorry, I will get that sent to you. The chat only low quality. Oh, I'm sorry about that. Okay. This guy. Can you add him to the chat after? Okay, cool. Does anyone still need the GitHub repo? All right. Should be able to get started here soon. What is it at the bottom? Is it Axios? Yeah, that's all. Yeah. Okay. Has anyone been able to get the repo running? Okay, package installed, but what's the error? Is that a? Okay, I'm sorry. What did you say? Uh, Everyone getting this list as every episode. Okay. Yeah, just check on that, make sure we're okay. Okay. Have you seen this OpenSSL error? The OpenSSL.
Does everyone have access to the chat?
Because we don't have the key. We don't have the key. Yes. Hi. Directional manager. Okay, guys, if you're getting the OpenSSL error, we're good. We need keys. That's what we're going to do now.
So is there anyone who has not gone to the OpenSSL error? Because that means that you need help getting set up, basically. The OpenSSL error means you're good to go. Okay, I'm gonna start coming around, helping people out.
And you can see that you check chat. Yeah.
You should be at the OpenSSL error, which is coming up because we haven't given you the token yet. Yeah, sorry about that. That's good to know. Maybe next time we'll give you a virtual environment built in, so you don't have to worry about that. Okay, cool.
Everyone is everyone at open SSL errors right now? Okay, perfect. Who's yes?
Okay. So once again, at this point, you got the open SSL area, you're ready to rock and roll. We're gonna start coding. All the keys ready. Anybody need help getting to the SSL error?
Guys, you just have to run the server.js, nothing else.
No server.js. Open SSL. Okay, 1 second, coming to help you. And if you're on YouTube, you got a question, try to drop it in the chat. Obviously, I can't look over your shoulder, but maybe I can try to debug remotely. What's up? Oh, was there not a question? Oh. So he's about to give you them. Yeah. If you're at this point, you're good to go.
Okay, if you're getting invalid client ID, secret, invalid client, yes. That's okay.
That's where you want to be.
That's where you want.
Okay.
Can you check online if everyone is okay?
Yep, monitoring the chat.
Okay, funny story why we had to go through all this hassle. So we had a code that was working yesterday. Yesterday evening, I suddenly realized we're going to call Zoom APIs and we're going to call your past meetings, your past recordings, your past summaries, and the users in your account. What was the only problem? You guys might not have that data. So what are we going to do next? Apologies for that, and we'll get started like ASAP. Okay.
Thanks for your patience.
Thanks for your patience.
Plug it in. Yep. Okay, awesome.
All right, folks. Marketplace.zoom.us.
Marketplace.zoom.us. I'll drop the link on YouTube.
Everyone here? So what we are going to do right now is we are going to create like an integration on Zoom. We're going to get an API key, we're going to get an API secret, and we're going to get an access token. So once you have that access token, you can make calls to Zoom APIs to get the data that you want. has not yet reached the open SSL level. Okay, correct.
It's the same, right?
Yeah, I thought the sheet saying like.
Oh, that's actually because they're. So you just have to just install. Find the command for you once. So it's gonna be. Install. Yeah, so you have to just install. Because there's no requirements out there.
Yes, I need this.
And then you just have to install that.
Yeah.
Okay, and then it's not.
Like, I'm getting so.
It's not flat, it's satisfied and profit zero. Okay, so I think you're in software version. Just use the latest version of that office.
Guys, is everyone who still needs
Anybody need help still?
Okay.
What's up?
If you are getting invalid client ID, client secret, that's okay.
Anybody else?
Request period, yes, that's okay. You're good.
We're here to help. Feel free to ask questions.
Yes.
What does it mean? Let's say.
Guys, if you're getting invalid client ID, I have this code called load server.js. If you're getting invalid client ID, client secret, that's where we want to be. Yeah. Yes, and I'll walk you guys through it. Guys, we still have to do two steps. One, we want to get credentials from Zoom, and second is we still have to connect the Qdrant chat. Correct? Yes. Yeah. Yeah, we can do that on Docker, but if you guys are stuck at that point, you're good. So let's go ahead and get credentials from your Zoom account. So if you're in marketplace.zoom.us, click on build an app and click server to server OAuth app. Hit create. Name your app something. So I'm going to call it, Zoom Qdrant example app. Hit create. Is everyone with me? Is everyone on this page? Account ID, client secret.
Sorry, what kind of app?
Server to server OAuth app.
Server
see
to
three options.
server OAuth app.
Yeah. Go to Zoom app marketplace.
Server to server OAuth app is what you're gonna want to create on the Zoom website. Server to server OS auth.
Is everyone on this page? If you're not, let me know. I can comment on. No, marketplace.zoom.us. I'll send the link to everyone.
marketplace.zoom.us.
Connectivity issues.
Uh,
It keeps going off.
okay. Okay, cool. So we're gonna get the,
Explaining the quadrant part, I can help you with setting up your part.
yeah, after this, we're gonna go to Quadrant and get you set up with a Quadrant cloud account. Is it just leaving?
That's okay, that's okay, that's okay. You see the people are listening us, so that's okay. It's here.
If it goes out again, I'll get the tech support.
Okay.
And then I'm going to drop some more information in the YouTube chat. And this information is going to be the sample config.js file.
Yeah.
And we're going to give you the Anthropic key if you do not have one that you can use today for the purposes of this exercise. So give me 1 second. That link will be coming in the YouTube chat shortly.
Guys, so you might see like 3 kinds of keys over there. One is your account ID, you have your client ID and client secrets. Just so in your config.js, where it says account ID, go ahead and paste your account ID. Where it says client ID, copy your client ID. Where it says client secret, go ahead and copy your client secret.
So you're just grabbing the credentials from that Zoom thing and plugging them into your config.js file.
And go ahead and give like a short description. So like I'll give it like test.
You sure you're naming it so that it's not just,
test.com.
I was just giving it sample stuff because he already has an account.
We're going to ignore this feature section for today. Go ahead and scopes.
Add a user.
You want view users permission. You want to get these two. Want to get audits. So
Anybody having any issues with getting their Zoom credentials? So once again, just to clarify, when I was walking you through the code and I grabbed that meeting stuff, what you're now going to be able to do is grab data in a similar way, but we can't necessarily have you access your own meeting data because not everyone's going to have Zoom meeting data. So we created dummy data for you to use for the purpose of this application. So what you're doing right now is getting your credentials so that you can access that data. And then I'm gonna drop some info in the YouTube chat about what your config file should look like. Give me 1 second here.
We have like multiple scopes, in terms of granular scopes.
Okay, so if you look in the Qudrant X Zoom channel, you should have all the info that you need to get everything set up. And once again, thanks everyone for joining us online. I see you're still standing strong. And thank you for everyone in person too.
Is everyone on the scopes page? Were you all guys able to get the scopes? I've also added the scopes to the chat channel.
No.
Were you guys able to select the scopes? Okay, great. If you aren't able to, it's okay. We are querying dummy data, so it doesn't matter what scopes you're selecting.
What scopes are they selecting? Specific to chat?
No, not chat. We're not selecting chat scopes right now. We're selecting the meeting, recording, and user scopes.
Okay.
Yeah, and I've added all those scopes in the chat channel. So if you're a part of the chat channel, just go and check there.
In that Quadrant Zoom Slack channel, we have all the info you need in that Quadrant Zoom Slack channel.
Zoom chat channel, not Slack channel.
Zoom, yeah, sorry, my bad. Zoom chat channel.
If you guys haven't done selecting scopes, go ahead and click on activate your app.
Can I demo or show people how to get the Quadrant key?
This is the last part.
Gotcha.
And then for the Zoom API base URL, I have also attached the URL that we will be querying. And you're done with the Zoom part at this point.
Yeah, so the API URL, that's the base URL.
That is the base URL.
Yeah. Server call. Oh, you can't click it. Why can't you click server call?
Are you using your company's account? Yeah, you'll have to.
You have to.
Okay, if you're using a corp account, you might not be able to create all those apps because
Your company doesn't want.
your corp doesn't want you to access your data. But please use a personal account.
Yeah,
Use a personal account, I would say.
data for me, not for me. So once again, just to clarify, at this point, if you're following along, you should have your Zoom info, and then you should also have the Anthropic key, which was posted in chat. If you don't have an Anthropic key and you need one, if you have your own, of course, you can just use that. Yes.
Yes.
So you're about to get the config.js file and what it should look like.
Yes.
Oh, did I not post it there? Sorry. I don't have. Oh, actually, I'm not in the Zoom channel.
Vinesh, can you add it?
Okay, once I'm in the Zoom channel, I'll give you guys that Anthropic key start.
So it's actually API that we do, but then like might not have the data. Guys, is everyone's config.js ready? Any questions? Any questions? Yeah. Hi.
All right, I'm dropping the info for the Anthropic API key in the chat now. Meow. And if I open up that Zoom channel, do you have the Anthropic API key that you can use for this session?
Go to the chat.
This key won't work after this session though, so if you want to keep using it, you'll have to get your own Anthropic key.
Go ahead and sign. Guys, in order to get the API key and secret, you need to sign in to your Zoom account.
And this can't be a work account.
Please do not use the corp account. Use your personal account, even if it's a free account, just go ahead and use it.
And then you've also got the Anthropic API key if you need one in the Qdrant Zoom Zoom channel.
And I have literally given the configuration for your config.js file. You can just copy and paste that and just replace that with your account ID, client secret, the API based URL. You can keep that the way it is and input the Anthropic API key that Terry shared with you guys.
Yep. And then once you have this, the rest of the time we're going to spend is going to be actually building. I know sometimes it feels like the setup takes a long time, but gotta get set up before we can take off.
Once you're set up, it's very fun to query that app. At least I hope so. But yeah.
I think it's pretty fun. I've been querying it a lot on my free time. You're not in the Zoom chat? Are you in the YouTube chat? I dropped it in the YouTube chat too for you. Yeah. You know, I expect everyone to discriminate. YouTube, whatever, man. I see a question in the back. Let me see if I can make it over there.
Guys, if you run the code, it might still not run as expected because we are yet to set up Qdrant.
Are you in the Zoom chat? They would have just copied and pasted that. Yeah, so he took it out, just copy and paste that into your config trail. So if it's not in what he said, then we just take it up.
Guys, one more thing. Make sure you have activated the app.
Let me ask you about it.
If you have not activated the app, you probably might get one of the errors.
You're still using the endpoint in the config.
Except for endpoint, you need to change all the other credentials.
And then what's the endpoint?
Endpoint is the one that I've given in the chat. API, so this should be like the endpoint.
So the Zoom API base URL will be changed to endpoint. Does that make sense? Good job. I love Writer. Cool. We're almost there.
So I just have someone who was able to run my part of the code.
Cool. Okay. So that means it works in theory.
It works in theory. Now we just have to see if the Qdrant part works.
Okay. So here's what we're gonna do.
Wait, actually, let them run that first. Let them see if they're able to get the data from Zoom.
I think what I'm gonna do, Ojus, is I'm gonna get people set up with their cloud credentials.
Okay.
Have them put it in the config, but we're gonna work on Docker just so that people can actually get to happen.
Fair enough.
Is everyone fine with the Zoom please? Any issues?
That's because he's going to help you set up Qdrant.
And also, are we feeling good? Do we feel like we need a break? Are we good? Keep powering through? Okay. So we'll have to break in noon and 30, so. No, that's gonna be it. Yeah. We created a Heroku endpoint with fake so that everyone's gonna have an name. Yeah. Anybody not able to run the query? My man's like, I'm way ahead of you. Pitching the VCs as we speak. Check the YouTube and LinkedIn, folks. Give you some love, little TLC. All right, looks like everyone's chilling. So. Coding today. Yeah, so if you have an endpoint URL, right? Wait, so Ojus, can you explain how does the config need to be changed again?
If you guys are too confused, just grab this as it is and paste it and just replace the like where it says Anthropic key, just put this key. But essentially, you should be putting the account ID, and client secret that you got from your Zoom marketplace app. But if you guys are confused, just grab this.
Oh, it's not that. It's something different. Oh, gotcha. Oh, you're saying the literal variable name. Thank you. Okay, my apologies. I didn't send the variable name for the Anthropic API key correctly. Let me resend that because I did camel case. I'm a bit of a camel man. We're laughing at that. Thank you. And I believe it's all lowercase. Thank you, sir. So I'm going to resend that to the chat in the format that you actually wanted, or else it's going to yell at you. So we don't want to yell that, right? Awesome. I see some people on YouTube got it working. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, so you're gonna have to change the variable. I sent it incorrectly. I accidentally sent it in camel case, but you want to be using underscores. So the Anthropic API key is going to look like this right here. Sure, 1 second.
Now you need to get the client ID that's very weird. We got 4 minutes working.
Can you guys both open up your log and see if you have the same version? And then if you have different versions, just switch to the version of the working one. I'm not exactly sure what is causing that error, so I'll get Ocean's to help with it. I do see some Axio stuff, but I'm assuming you.
Axios error.
He's kind of.
If you are getting an Axios error, please type the command npm install Axios. I forgot to include that in my package in JSON. Identity secret. Yeah. Make sure like you copy it exactly the way it is. Ready?
Over here.
Right.
Are you guys still having those issues? Okay.
It should not have an underscore. It should work. Okay.
That's the error that he just had, and I think it has to do with the version of your Quadrant client. What version of Quadrant do you have installed? Give me 1 second. Did you figure out what version you have installed? Both have the latest? Okay, that's interesting. Because
Guys, if you have it, yes. Okay. If you're getting an environment and you can't see it, and you're doing anything right, that create your app. Yes, I like it.
I don't think that's your issue. That's so weird. Why is it saying? Quadrant, and you have installed Quadrant on it, right? I'm assuming. Well. Oh, that's because,
Wait, Wi-Fi?
it's interesting how for some people it works and then for others it doesn't.
Oh.
Python environments.
Did you send me?
The client ID thing. Okay, so that is the error that you should be getting when you don't have the correct credentials in, but you do have the correct credentials in, right?
Okay, guys, few things. If you are getting invalid chat ID,
credentials that you took from Zoom. That's, you should get before those in credentials. Let me get a question over here.
just put on that.
Hey, Moses?
Yes.
Question. This guy's using his Zoom credentials, but it's still giving him that open SSL. Are you thinking of? Yeah, a lot of people are getting that error as well. Yeah, no, we have not. That makes sense as well. Yeah, okay. But when you run node server.js, that should start it. Oh, we're using Docker and you don't have the Docker set up, right? Sorry, that was the main thing. Yeah, so good on that error. Basically, we're gonna set up, that's what we're gonna do now, set up Quadrant. And be able to okay. Okay. So, when is? Thank you. Okay, so it seems like most people are at the Quadrant error. Is anyone not at the Quadrant error? Okay, so. Say that again. What scopes? What scopes? What scopes?
I'm not just select any one scope, just select any random scope first. We're actually not calling the APIs. We're calling like dummy APIs, and I've made sure that no matter what scope you select, it will work. Yes. That's okay. That's okay. So we have to take this function part.
SSL error?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so Take that data.
Manage losses. It'll all be correct. And this is.
Yeah, this is
Okay, take your time. The next thing we're gonna be doing is we're gonna be installing Qdrant with Docker. I'm gonna take it to the cloud first though. But first, we just want to make sure everyone is at that step. No. So you're all there. Okay, cool. You guys, you're all good. Cool. Anybody else have questions? Need help? Yeah. Okay, we're headed towards noon, so I'm just gonna kind of power forward, and then anyone who needs help, I can help you out throughout the day. I'll be here. Okay, so what we want to do now is head to quadrant.tech. Yeah, dot tech. Dot tech. So you go to quadrant.tech, and then we're just going to do start free. Now, there's already an account here, so I can't access the cluster. But if you don't have an account with Qdrant right now, you should be signing up. It's free. All you need is just to put in your email, no credit card or anything. But this will get you set up with a Qdrant Cloud account. So you should go to quadrant.tech, sign up for an account, create a cluster. Quadrant.tech, create an account, and then create a cluster. And for everyone online, let me drop the URL for you folks. It's quadrant.tech. And we just want you to go ahead and sign up. It's completely free, no credit card ever required. You get 1 gigabyte for free for life, which I think is a little more than we should be offering, but my bosses are generous. With 1 gig, you can basically do anything you would need to do for prototyping. Like that is a lot of processing power. So you're really realistically, unless you're doing a real production example, you're never going to go over it. So you can always use a Qdrant for prototyping, and then once you're ready to kick it out to prod, just change 1 line of code. And you can even use the free tier in prod. So you don't ever need to pay until you start using those really big amounts of data. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and assume that everyone's been able to create an account and create a cluster. Anyone have issues with that? Okay, so if you create an account and created a cluster, you should be on this overview page. And then if you hit clusters, you should be able to access your cluster. And there's 2 different things we're going to want. First, we're going to want this endpoint here, which is going to look like a URL, and then it's going to end in quadrant.io. What you want to do is come into your config and add that as a variable. Right now, we're just going to leave it commented out. So you could call it quadrant URL and just leave it commented out. The other thing you're going to want to grab is an API key. So there's this tab called Data Access Control. Create your API key, copy and paste that bad boy. So there's 2 things we're doing right now. We're grabbing the URL for our cluster, which we're going to find in the cluster details. And then in Data Access Control, we're creating an API key. Once we have that information,
we're gonna head back to Cursor or whatever your IDE is and paste most of those, but leave them commented out. And we're leaving them commented out because if you remember when I was first showing you this code this morning, which feels like so long ago, we're using Docker here. So in the interest of time, it's already almost noon. So I don't want to have to go through the process of setting you up on cloud. I'll provide that notebook for you. But for now, we're just going to use Docker to play around. So if you've got your Qdrant stuff, now go to Docker and get Docker Desktop if you don't already have Docker. If you already have Docker, nothing to do. But if you don't have Docker, make sure that you're getting it for the right, what do you call it, operating system or hardware. There's like different ones for even the different Mac chips. So just make sure you're getting the right one because it doesn't always tell you and then you find out too late. So get your URL, get your API key, download Docker. Then what we're going to do is open up our terminal and we're actually going to start the what do you call it? The Docker image. Are you already running your Docker image?
Yes.
Okay, so for those of you that already have Docker, what we're going to do is just copy and paste these two commands from the Qdrant documentation. So just Google Qdrant Docker. You're going to find an article called Local Quick Start, and then copy and paste these first two commands. Docker full Qdrant/Qdrant, and then Docker run with all this stuff. What is this going to do? So first of all, if you don't know what Docker is, let me just give you a brief summary. Docker allows you to store images of a program on the internet so that people can download it without having to mess around with it and just have all the environment. Everything's already set up for you out of the box, and you're just good to go. And Qdrant uses Docker. As I mentioned, this is kind of that intermediate phase between going full cloud and just working on your local machine or in memory. This is Docker. Benefits of Docker is you can persist and mount your data. So even if it gets deleted, it'll still be there. Whereas with local, if you're running it in memory, every single time you have to do it again. And then with cloud, it takes a little more time to set up your cloud instance, whereas Docker is live. And you can just get started right away. Just go and check in the chat for anything. Okay, cool. So those two commands, if run successfully, are going to print out something really pretty on your screen that says Qdrant. And it should say using the latest Docker image. Then when you've done that, he's already running the server, but I'll just show you what the code looks like. So you do Docker pull Qdrant, and then what you're going to see is that it's downloading whatever it needs to download. And then the next thing you're going to do is actually run the Docker. And then if you've done both those things and you've got the Docker running, you should be able to now go back to that file. And when you run the node server.js, that Qdrant error should go away. So if you look at, for example, how it looks on my screen, and this is the same repo, right? When we type in a query here, meeting about sales. Oh, that's not how you spell sales. When I type in a query, it's actually now using the Qdrant client search to search through my data and return an answer for that query. So this is where you should be before we can kind of start messing around with the query. If for whatever reason, when you're typing in your query, it's not working, we have to debug something because it should be working at this point. And thanks for hanging in there. You should now have the app ready to go, so in the afternoon we can just get right to it.
Oceans can show you how to build a cool chatbot. But I actually think this was quite instructive, not only the question that you had, but the questions that are coming into my mind in terms of sometimes you just take stuff for granted when you do it every day. And it's like, okay, well, when someone's using it for the first time, maybe you should explain certain things with more detail, or make it clearer, make it easier, right? Virtual environments, poetry, things like that, maybe. Though those obviously come with their own trade-offs, right? Because they're not always the most fun things to use. Anybody have any questions so far? Okay, it looks like everyone's hacking now. That's what I like to see. Heads down in the computers. Beautiful. I'm coming. Okay, what's up? I don't know that you can copy after you create it. You select yeah. And then if you hit OK, now copy this. Yeah. So go inside of your yeah, and then what we want to do, you see how this is a commented out? Leave it in there as a commented out variable. Because right now we're just going to use Docker. We're not going to use the cloud. And I want you to have these variables so that when we do go on the cloud, we don't have to go through all this. You just already have it recruited. So that's going to be Qdrant API key. And then the other one's going to be Qdrant URL. Yep. Perfect. Perfect. You're cooking with the hot skillet. Any questions? Once again, just to clarify, at this point, when you run the code, you should get, no matter what query you put in, you should get some kind of an answer back. An ugly text block that tells you that based on the search result provided, there was something, something, something. So, Docker. Maybe you just have to start a new terminal somehow. Oh, did you open Docker? Sorry. I forgot to mention this step. You need to actually open the Docker desktop application to be able to run Docker commands. What's up, Mike? With your things up, with your pump. And you're not getting the error. And obviously that's all that right. That's what I'm wondering. No, but I mean you have the same repo that I have. So it's like eerie and it's working for other people. So I don't know what something with okay, awesome. That's good. We like consistency. Okay. No module named Qdrant client. Okay. Do we have, can you guys check for me? Do we have an import for Qdrant client in this code? From wherever you get in the error, insert pi, does that have an import Qdrant client? It's in vectors. Or in vector. Right here. Does it have an import Qdrant client? From Qdrant client, import Qdrant client. From Qdrant client, not models, import whatever. Okay. I just want to see if I have the same code.
Can you help?
Yeah, give me 1 second. Can you keep scrolling down? Didn't say anything else.
Just next to the sheet. Can you open up the document?
Yes.
And can you go to images? No, it's on there. It's been used. And then did you run the command to like the Docker 633 thing? I think that might be it. You guys are all still having that error. You're getting it now too? Excuse me? Are you now, you're not getting there. Is it running weird? You're getting the Docker error. Okay. What's this thing? Why are you got it running without error? What'd you do? Just change the requirements. Exactly. Hey, apologies. I guess you guys are gonna need different requirements. Gentleman back there got it running. You just need to change the version of the libraries, and we're gonna drop that in the Zoom chat right now. Or he's gonna drop it. So head over to the Zoom chat. You're gonna see different versions for the libraries posted by Bastien Poussin. Okay, enchanté. You basically just have to change the versions and that's working for him. So let's just go with his versions. And now we at least know that the code works. So if you're having any issues, go ahead and holler at one of us and we'll walk you through whatever your issue is personally. Did you run the Docker PWD thing? Oh, okay. So you're getting this error when you do Node.js server node. Yeah. So you have to set up Docker first, or that's going to keep happening. What it's saying right now to you is, hey, I'm trying to connect to Docker, and you're not running a Docker server. Yeah. Yeah, I don't even know how that works. Would that work if you used whatever you copy pasted? I was under the impression that's a Docker error. So we'll run Docker and see if you still get that error. Yeah, spin up Docker and see if that takes care of it. So first go to Docker and download it. Okay, and then Google Quadrant, Docker, you're gonna see an article called local quick start, and then copy and paste those first two commands you see.
Over there somewhere. Hey, Thierry, what are those Docker commands that everyone's
I can drop it in the chat right now.
do it in the chat and YouTube if possible?
Yep. Version change didn't fix it. What is going on? Okay, so there's something deeper clearly going on here. I'm wondering what is different between your processes potentially. His is working now. Are you able to, by any chance, see what version? Were you able to see what version you were running? Okay. Have you tried it with just the latest version? Like, try it without specifying the version of one. But it's weird. I don't think it's really very efficient. Okay, it's still not. No. You should be commenting that out because we're using Docker. We're not using one cloud right now. That's for later if we have time. But whatever. Yeah, you have to change that to be your name and then put an underscore. So you see how it's users Osher Sabe? You want it to be users your username and then just put an underscore between them. I'm sorry.
interface. Yeah, so it's these first two.
Terry?
Yep.
What's up?
So if you go to the insert.py file in your VS Code or whatever you use, yep. Scroll to the bottom. So first put an underscore there and make it lowercase. And then you see how the
Look, I was just messaging you.
make it whatever your username is.
उधर एक चाहते हैं
Say that again.
I think he added them in the chat.
Yeah, then इसका इसमें Zoom client नहीं डाला क्या?
I don't think so.
ये रहा ना ये अरे ये तो लॉक है
The chat.
नहीं नहीं लॉक है वो हाँ ये रहा
But if you don't like, I agree, or you don't have that, it's a statement for last thing, so yeah. You don't need a record, it's just a size.
Yeah.
So what we, I don't know. Let me just. So I just got a question that I think is good to answer publicly, which someone asked me, hey, are there any quadrant templates or quick starts that I can just use to get started? So one thing I want to show people is in our documentation, we not only have these tutorials and guides and concepts, where, for example, you can see semantic search for beginners, all the way down to how to do collaborative filtering, how to measure retrieval quality, these different things. And then in addition to that, what we have with Qudrant, you can find our demos. So we've got this like startup demo, we've got a food discovery demo. This is actually our semantic search versus text search versus neural search. And then you can actually go to the GitHub and you can view the code. And then if you wanted to spin this up, we have all the instructions for you to do that here. So I hope that answers the question where it's like, we do have projects available online. And something I'm actually working on is creating a starter with Next.js. So you can just upload it for yourself and have your little starter rag app built. There's also something I want to point out, which is called Create Rag App. This is something that's being developed in Qdrant, where it's basically like, if you're familiar with Next.js, they have Create React App. And this person is building an app, maybe I can't find it, but it's basically like if you've ever seen NPX Create React App, the way that you could create a React app by just selecting, I want Tailwind, I want HTTPS, you'll be able to build a RAG app like that, where you'll say, here's the data source. I want to use hybrid search. I want to use collaborative filtering, whatever. And then you'll be able to do a query just that simply. Because it's really hard, like, it took us 2 hours just to get set up. We haven't even started doing any fun stuff, you know? It's like, it really does take a lot of time just getting to the point where it's like, okay, let's start having fun. And then the version issues, all that kind of stuff, it's just such an interesting, and like workflow where we have people working side by side doing. All right, sorry about that. We are back. Anyone still having issues with that quadrant error? These guys are having it? That quadrant client collection thing? So it's still telling you, no module, damn quadrant client. That works. I'm using a virtual environment too, so you're not. The spawn Python 3? What do you mean?
So like there's these small, this was set to
Mhm.
I have to change it to the virtual environment.
Okay, but you're using a virtual environment. Yeah, these guys aren't, which, yeah. No, I'm not even sure what the issue is for the guys that aren't able to. I think they might have to create a virtual environment and just reinstall everything. And then if it doesn't work, we know that there's an issue with the machine. Because the virtual environment works for other people, but some people, when they're doing it locally, it doesn't work for them. Say that again? Yeah, so this is what we were just talking about. Have you tried a virtual environment? Virtual environment? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Try just opening up a new Python file and importing Quadrant Client and see if it works. Because if that doesn't work, then we know that it wasn't installed properly, you know what I mean? Because right now we're going through the node server thing, so it's doing a lot. But try just opening up a new file and just do like import Quadrant Client, or from Quadrant Client import, and see if that works. And if it doesn't, let me know. Sorry, 1 second, sorry. Oh, it works, okay. You can do anything, don't worry about it. Just you just need at least one. Oh, what's a good scope to add? Oh no, he's working. Okay. Meeting summary. You can search for it too. No, sorry for touching the computer, but this is that file, no? What's the location of this file? Or I'm asking, I guess, is it not that? I guess that's what I'm at, because your data has the data, right? Okay. Mike, are you still getting that error? What the heck? I've never seen this. Yeah. Have you tried the virtual environment? Yeah, I think. I don't know. That's the only thing I can think of. Because how about you just try a Python file where you import Quadrant? Is that gonna work?
Like if you just open up a new Python file and you try importing Quadrant, I'm saying if that doesn't work, then we know that Quadrant isn't actually installed. Or, yeah, that could be it as well.
Guys, please make sure that your Docker command is running in your terminal. That is also one of the reasons why this error is happening.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's because if you go inside the file and you go to the query.py, no, it is. It's just, look at our query. So scroll down. Yeah. I made a really shitty query, right? And the idea is we're going to improve it. But if you read that, it doesn't say like have a conversation with the user. It says very specifically, someone like ask a question, reply about a meeting or whatever. So when you say like yes or whatever, it's like trying to turn it into a meeting or something. It's exactly. I'm trying to demonstrate prompting basically there. Where it's like, yeah, you need to have good prompts, so it's not going to work. Oof.
Yes.
Any luck? Or that's not my laptop. And what did you do? You did pick 3 install? Yeah, I don't know. Some people try that and it didn't work. So. But hey, it's working? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if it works, it works. That's my philosophy. I didn't realize that. What's going on, bro? Thanks for the help today. What? God, my mouth is dry. I need to brush my teeth. My mouth is dry. Ah. Hello, hello. You're exactly where you want to be. Perfect. So what changed? I'm just curious. Oh, are you on the school thing? Okay, you're on your personal. Ah. I mean, shit just doesn't work sometimes too, right? Sometimes you go to a site and it just doesn't work. Glad it just works out. Cool. Awesome. What's your name? Roman. Hey. Yeah. Nice to see you guys here. So you guys are in school? Okay. What are you studying? Say that again. That's electrical engineering? Okay, cool. NCS. Okay, and you guys go through that? Okay, cool. And what do you want to do? Well, shit, my bad. What did you start with? I always forget, because I'm in Baltimore, where it's like, people don't really do startups. So like, whenever I meet someone here, I always forget an option is that they might just be in a startup. Okay, cool. What's your favorite? You have a lot. Okay. Claude. I've been using Claude, but then one came out, and I was liking that a lot. Yeah, I mean, so I've been using the fast request. It's actually crazy on Cursor. If you use the slow request for O1, like your peak hours, you can see the queue. And there's like 125 people in front of you. And
Are you as like this collaborator?
they changed it recently to only show you the time. Because I bet people were like thinking like, oh man, there's like 200 people in front of me. But yeah, it shows how many people are using it. It's kind of cool. And then late at night, it'll be like much smaller numbers. It's actually interesting. I was like, I didn't realize so many engineers code during the day. My most effective hours are like between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. That's like my perfect zone. All right, cool. Anyone have any questions, comments, concerns? Were you able to help them out? What's your name, sir? Okay, gotcha. Matt, and what do you do, Matt? Okay.
Yes.
Startup.
That's, I think you should be able to again, you should be able to.
You should probably do it right. Yeah. We have the same. Yeah, it works all right. Oh, really? Oh, okay. Yeah. I've never been actually. Atlanta. So we're based in Berlin, but we have presence in SF and NYC, and then we have people all over the world. I love the way you ask that. I've been trying to get more people on X, so that's what I'm gonna ask.
Are you using any password for
Oh, I thought you were asking me. I was like, oh, that's okay.
Yes, everyone is able to get it back or no?
Unlocking this direction.
That's not how I want to die.
Guys, anyone getting error with inserting the data? Inserting the data. Guys, anyone getting error with inserting the data? Everyone is it's running for everyone? Yes? Okay, perfect. Good. Yes.
I go there and it's just like, always want to do this. And then there's a bunch of people like me. This is
Send you error. Guys, if you guys are getting errors with inserting the data, hey guys, if you guys are getting errors with inserting the data, it is because of this line. Is it getting error like some? Okay, then let's go for it. Guys, if you guys are getting errors with inserting data, it's because of this line. This line here, you want to replace it with the path to your data file. Yeah, just do dot slash data. Thank you.
That's how it works.
Are you loaded? Let's go. Just send me the Can you check on that?
Yeah, exactly. Hello, hello. Lunch is here, everyone. Lunch has arrived. It's gonna be in the back. We've got boxes. So you can just grab it and come back if you want, or you can take a little break. Don't forget to take a break. But lunch is here, just FYI for everyone.
I want to make sure. Okay. Yeah. Credentials. Yeah.
How we doing on YouTube, baby? Okay. We still got 8 people hanging out for lunch. Do you guys want to see the room for lunch?
The code would not run because it was like pretty
So
simple.
like one thing that I was
So if you just
that everyone closed the GitHub, right? So then you could have just uploaded like.
I'll show everyone the room for lunch.
It was supposed to be there, and then just this morning.
All right, we'll be back right around 1 p.m. Everyone, we'll be back around 1 p.m. Here, let me drop a little note.
Like basically adding different version of the code, and it did not have the requirements.
Yeah, conflict. Yeah, no, that's all fine. But at the end of the day,
Okay. Like you understand what we're doing, right?
All right, we'll be back in 30 minutes. Right around 1, we'll get started.
like I still have to search up like exactly like I had like a
Hanging out here at the AWS Loft, baby.
but I had to search. It would be nice.
Actually, I'll take you guys on a tour. Yeah, exactly. Hey, who are you?
Hey. Oh, is this live?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Say hi to the people.
Hi,
Only
people.
9 people stayed for lunch, though, so you're good.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, we just got some lunch served. It's a good time here in person at the AWS Loft. Come through.
Yes, sir. Be here till 4.
Be here till 4.
All right.
Guys, by the way, Zoom's head of Zoom apps is probably going to be here around like 1 to 2. That's what he told me.
Woo.
So if you guys want to hang around till then,
Woo.
that would be great. Yeah.
All right, so let me take you guys on a little tour of the AWS Loft. So it's a really awesome location here on Market Street, and this is actually in the Amazon building, but they reserved the second floor, basically turned it into a loft. This is the room that we're coming out of. Nice, beautiful. Sorry I couldn't be more helpful. Wait, what was the issue? Python environment stuff, yeah. Hey, we all good there, man. NPM install, SK learn, baby. All right, so we just finished the morning session. Afternoon session is going to get started in about 30 minutes. I mean, it's a really cool building. Like, got all these stickers here from companies that are presented before, I'm guessing. Or maybe these are companies that Amazon has invested in. They've got this, I'm not even sure what this is. It looks really cool, though. Maybe it's a locker? Or is it a photo booth? It's like a 3D screen. Yeah, I don't know what it is, but it looks really cool. Built on Amazon Bedrock. And then back here, they've got some kind of offices. Some code here that has to do with sales, Amazon stuff. Hey, what's up? Have fun?
Yeah.
All right. And then back here is kind of the reception area. So this is where people are getting food. You see some people in the back there kind of coding. Everyone's just kind of chilling out right now. There's my boy O-Juice back there enjoying a sandwich. Say hello.
Hi.
Hey, how you liking your time?
It's really quite good.
Really
Something
good?
knowing the other things.
Yes.
Out of your mind.
We're glad to have everyone join us. I'm making some new friends, meeting some old ones. Say hello to everyone. Say hello. Got the wonderful AWS staff helping us out today. Hey, Victoria. Helping us out today. We got Mikey holding it down. It's good vibes today, I'm pleasantly surprised to see this many people show up for an event on a Friday where we're basically teaching you how to code. I don't know that any other city in the world could have pulled this off other than San Francisco. This is really amazing. Just great energy, and people are really patient with us as well. Hopefully in the afternoon we can really get to hacking, because a lot of the morning was spent just setting up. But I think that it's actually important to go through that step, because if people don't go through the process of setting up, then it's kind of like, hey, what are we doing here? So in the afternoon, I plan on showing a bit of how to improve that query, because right now the query is, not really up to snuff. So I've got some sample queries that I created. And then hopefully we could do like some sparse or dense stuff. I'm at the AWS Loft today. We are hosting an event with Amazon, Qdrant, Zoom, and LlamaIndex. And really good turnout.
All these security steps.
Yeah.
Sounds fine, like,
Yeah.
Yeah. So I moved here around February. So, was wondering. Yeah, I live in Michigan.
Okay, look.
Oh, really? Okay. I live in the States.
Oh, okay.
It's okay. Yeah. You start. Yeah. So if you were in DC, would you weeks? Um, so I started then I actually my like yeah, that's all. It's a long story, but I was working on this weekend for about 4 or 5 years. So I was on this mobility yeah, I went to school. Yeah. Usually easy. Which one? Oh. Yeah, Japan, Germany, I studied in London, with TC, a bit of hard to remember. It's hard to see because I was living in Texas till and I went to Kyoto, spent there for 8 years. I went to high school in Japan.
Oh, okay. You know, like,
That's what I claim.
no, you must.
Japanese like, it's international. Remember, like when I was interviewing at my first job, they were asking me if I speak German. I know I should yeah, that's
yeah, but everyone. Kind of like, they're into politics, but like in Chicago, it's very good. Professors there, and everything, met there. They're all very there's a lot of international students there. There's a lot of Americans, but there's like, I had Coach Machina from there.
Frankfurt. Frankfurt.
Oh, Frankfurt.
Frankfurt.
Oh, Frankfurt. You.
Train.
Really?
Yeah. Why?
Oh, you think so? Because the one time I went through Germany last year on the train, the train was like, how is it? Good. Yeah.
Well, that's bad.
I didn't know if that was a fluke or like, because it was the first time I took the train.
I think the national trains are bad. Like they even had a recent like shutdown system. So the train stopped for hours. The local ones are good. Usually those ones.
I was like, have to leave. And then they just like got this a random little town. I was like, I'm the nearest like.
All right. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. That was an adventure. Eventually got down to $9 but I just asked you to get it down to I live in Germany, like 2007. Oh, okay. And it's like it's from my time or something. Oh, nice. Yeah. So I only travel like around that area and also my friends. Maybe I jinxed it. I just said like, oh, it's always on time and you have like. It's good to know it's usually on time. No, this is probably 2007. Oh, right. Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah. So now I love that.
Yeah. Yeah. That's right.
Oh, no, not expecting so maybe error.
Yeah.
This is old, it's not yet, so it's like all maybe they still have like, I don't know, but they probably will still have like, if you are not, and it's not registered. But what about this process? Did you manage to like, 100%? Yeah, I got it installed. The Docker version as well. My own local version. I'm ready to talk. Finally, when I did like the pause, I didn't have like someone, and then and we ended up like we were like register. It's like I don't know, like computation management. You understand? Huh? You understand? Oh, right, oh, yeah. I guess we only use I ended up I actually did you download it here? So you'll have to download this file to local, so you can you I think you okay, so let's see this download. Yeah, so you can download this. Okay, and okay. No worries. So if you go to wherever you downloaded it, so if you pull it up, yeah, so if you just So, see, then I remember to that portion of the so the portion where you set up their
How's it going? Pretty good, man. All right, everyone, we're going to get started again pretty soon. Going to get started shortly. Let me make sure you can see everything beautifully. Okay. Should be getting started shortly here, people. Hope you had a nice lunch. So you said you go to Berkeley?
Yeah.
Have you been to the theater there? The group theater? Wait, you don't even know about it?
Oh, wait. Oh, you're not in the stadium?
Yeah.
Oh, like, where they play football?
I don't know if they play football there. I saw conference. Yeah. They're like
Wait, you're probably talking about the stadium.
I'm probably, yeah. I didn't realize
Okay,
they
no,
played
I've seen it.
football there.
My view from my dorm actually, like, I
Oh, dude, you gotta go to a show there. Like,
Yeah,
it's on
yeah.
your campus.
Yeah, I will.
Find something to do.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah. Because I mean, imagine you get a show and then it's like, oh man, we gotta go back to our dorm room right there. Like,
Yeah.
It's pretty lit.
Yeah, it's right.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna get started pretty soon here. All right, folks. we're gonna get started up again here shortly. We're gonna wait for some people to trickle in and for this to get over my ear. Why isn't this connecting? Okay. All right. Just gonna go outside, see if we've got any stragglers, and then we'll get started. That's everybody?
You might want to go once, but I think.
I don't know that that's something we can control, but I'll ask. You can also move anywhere, as a lot of people left.
All right, folks. I hope you all had a good lunch.
You know, the way to end the temperature. No. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Hey guys, don't this, if you guys want to build a chatbot, okay, this should be fairly simple, I swear. I swear, because this is just Zoom logic, right? So this should be fairly simple. Clone this repo, and what we'll do is we'll basically bring your like Claude, if you guys are familiar with Claude. We'll bring Claude to your Zoom Teams chat so that you can query and talk to Claude from your Zoom chat itself. Start in like a couple of minutes.
And for this one, I think I'm actually going to participate. Let me know if you need anything.
Let's go. But please don't start running it immediately because again, we'll go step by step by step this time.
If anyone has a question or needs help, just go ahead and signal to me or something. Kind of roaming around.
Question: how many of you have built on Slack before? Have you built a Slack chatbot? Any other chatbot on any other chat platform? Which platform?
Messenger, WhatsApp.
Oh, WhatsApp. You built a bot on WhatsApp?
Yeah, and also Discord.
Discord is very easy, I think, right? Yeah. That's you. Google Chat. Okay. I'd love to know after that, like how easy it is. What about you?
I built a chatbot on Slack.
Oh, Slack? Nice. So you'll kind of find something similar and I'll walk you like what is similar, what is different.
Okay.
But yeah. Alright. So clone this repo whenever you guys get time. And
This one.
so what we are trying to do at Zoom is that we're trying to bring in all your communications onto one platform. So you guys all know Zoom for its meetings, but we also have chat, we have mail, we have calendar, and we don't want you to leave. If you have to do anything related to communication, we don't want you to leave Zoom. Just stay at Zoom because most of you guys already or your organizations already have a Zoom license. Why pay for another license, right? And we'll see today, how easy or how difficult it is to build a Zoom Teams chatbot. And please be brutal about your experience. If you're like, hey, Uchas, this is stupid. It's very difficult to build a chatbot on Zoom. Please tell me. I want to know that. I want to know what is difficult, so that we can make your experience, more seamless in the future. All right. So I guess you guys have built a server-to-server OAuth app in the morning. We're not going to use that. You have to build a different kind of app for your Zoom Teams chat. So let me go ahead and sign in real quick. Is everyone with me on this page, marketplace.zoom.us? Go ahead, click on Build App, and this time you're going to select General App. and hit create. I'm going to call it Zoom conference chat. Now you can see that you have a client ID, you have a client secret, and then there is admin managed and user managed. So what is admin managed and what is user managed? So at Zoom, we basically have like permissions on various levels. We don't want you to have access to data that you're not supposed to have, or rather, we don't want any person to have access to any certain data that they might not have access to. So let's say some of you are in colleges, some of you are in organizations. You guys have like admins in your account. Not everyone is an admin. You have like specific admins and then you have users. Admins have like a lot of administrative permissions, like they can delete users, they can see all the users' data, or they can like, basically do every single operation in your Zoom account, even on a user's behalf. Versus a normal user may not be able to do all of that. Thank you. A normal user would probably just be able to query their own data. So if you're a normal user, like a member, you can just get a list of your meetings, you can create meetings on your behalf, or even send messages on your behalf. So for testing purposes today, we're going to select the user managed option. Is everyone with me? Perfect. You get a client ID, you get a client secret, we're not going to worry about that. Then you have a OAuth redirect URL. We'll come to that later, but for now, wait, do we need for this one? Yeah. Wait, let me give you code here. So just for now, put google.com. You don't have to worry about this redirect URL right now. We really don't need it, so I'm not going to bore you with the details while we're entering that. If you have questions after this session, come talk to me and I can definitely let you know. We're not going to worry about the access part. Directly go to the surface part. In the surface section, select the chat. Surface. Is everyone with me? Any questions? Okay. Go down and enable team chat subscription. Is everyone with me? Any questions? Perfect. Then select slash command and just give a slash command whatever you want. Now the slash command is unique across Zoom. So if someone has selected that command, you probably are not able to, use that slash command. But slash command is basically like, you have like add, for example, OJS. So your slash command is something like your add bot. That slash command is something that you would use to invoke your bot. So in this case, I'm going to call it S and topic. Hopefully this is not taken. You guys might want to do like 1, 2, or 3, or just choose any name. Don't worry about the trusted domain list. Don't worry about the welcome message. Now this is important. You need a bot endpoint URL. What is a bot endpoint URL? A bot endpoint URL is somewhere whenever you send a message from Zoom chat. Like for example, let's say this is my bot, just as an example. And if I say hi, it's not listening because it doesn't know where to receive that message. So if I give it a bot endpoint URL, it will know where to basically send that message. For now, leave it empty. We will configure the bot endpoint URL together. Okay? hit save. For now, just put like a placeholder link, like a google.com or something. Again, your bot will not be able to receive messages, but just put something. Go to the scopes part, and I think a scope should already be selected. Huh? It was not. Did you select the team chat option in the previous? Okay, go down. Yeah, go surface, go down. Did you enable team chat?
Anybody else have any issues?
And then give that slash command.
Anybody else have any issues?
Just put a placeholder place where it comes to like what URL. We will together like build like an envelope URL. We'll listen to messages over there, and yeah. Any questions, guys? Oh yeah, don't use the force. Put a placeholder. For endpoint URL, put a placeholder. Just put in google.com. Anyone used ngrok before? Ngrok. Okay. So let's go to ngrok.io. Create an account. You can probably log in with GitHub. I have a different account, so I'm just going to log in with a different account. And then use this command. Like, go to your terminal. And use this instructions to set up ngrok. The reason we are going to use ngrok is because it will give us like a temporary URL, and we will use that URL to listen to our bot messages. Just go to ngrok, register, and you should be able to see those steps. I'll walk everywhere to make sure. Okay. You good? Very good. You guys good? Good, guys. Good. Guys, we're using a new app, we're not using the old app anymore. Guys, just do it for step 1 and step 2. Wait for step 3. Yes. So ngrok should have options. Go to ngrok. Yeah, just sign up and then
Could you also in future have instructions where all these apps that we are creating on the Zoom marketplace and other places, all the instructions should be in one place?
Yeah. So it's already in the GitHub, where
It says get home, but the other things you are creating the actions that
oh, I see. Yes, the ngrok part. Yes,
because what if we miss an option and then it will just not work?
makes sense. I'll take it. Sounds good.
And it will be faster.
Yeah. See, that's the thing. Like we do this every day, so sometimes you miss. Like, okay, this people might not have ngrok set up, so I have to go take a step. But yeah, that's.
I will check with
Yes, please. I'll make sure to put that information.
What are we using ngrok for? Ngrok is going to be what you serve your application on.
So if you go to Team Chat, right? I'll actually let me know once you install it, and let me. And then do the step 1 and go down, and do step 1 and step 2. You're trying to create a new app. There's everyone done with step 2. Who's not done? Who's stuck?
Step 2.
Stuck? Okay, cool. Then let's grab this command. Ngrok, HTTP, localhost, everything. Paste it in your terminal. But when it says 8080 to 4000. Why we are doing 4000? Because in the code here, we are using port number 4000. So if you end up changing this port to 8080, then you don't need to change this URL. So either change this to 4000 or change the line in my code to 8080. For now, I'm going to do it 4000. It's in the Team Chat. Once you press enter, you should get a URL like this. Is everyone on this over here? Did everyone get a URL? Everyone? You did not?
For Windows. Another edge case we did not consider.
Edge case. Yeah, just follow the. Yeah, just copy it. Did everyone get a URL?
Anybody having trouble getting a URL?
Perfect. So let's just grab this URL, this first part, copy it, go back to your marketplace, and where it says bot endpoint URL, paste it and do /chatbot. Why? Can anyone tell me why we did the /chatbot part?
Doing multiple things with that endpoint?
We did /chatbot because over here, we will be listening on the it's general.
Yeah.
One second, I'll copy that. Just 1 second. Yes, I've already added it to
The chat.
guys. My bad. Just remove the slash chat word endpoint. Like, just use the URL the way it is.
And where is this that you're putting in the URL?
This URL, I'll put it in team chat subscription where it says what endpoint URL. Just put it over there. You know, I'll quickly come and see if everyone was able to configure that properly.
So there's a repo called.
Perfect. And you're using the Ngrok. Perfect.
It's
Don't
called-
shut down your Ngrok terminal or else the URL will work. Great. Perfect. Guys,
On
anyone
the Zoom get
who's not able to input the URL? Did everyone input the URL? Perfect. So when you put google.com, just put URL. All right. So our app setup is complete. Now, the only thing we want to do is configure our .env file. So, you guys might see like a .env file. You guys see that? Is there a .env file in your code? Okay, if it's not there, I'll just add it.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, and you'll the credentials from Zoom API. So Google Zoom API, you have an account there, and then get your credentials there, and then you plug in, and then you can run it. Yeah. And then let's get you in the chat, the Zoom chat as well. Oh, you were invited? Okay, yeah. Because that'll have all the links and the info. Like he's putting in all that stuff.
So I just put the stuff here, copy it the way it is, and just create like a .env file in your source folder in the repo. And yes. No, we'll do differently. Just .env. Just pure .env. Ignore the other stuff that I've put in, but literally the name of your file should be .env. Everyone created a .env? Okay. Now, go back to your chat app and you can see a bot JID. You guys see a bot JID? Copy that. Paste it here. Don't look at this part. Go to your marketplace app. In the surface section, here. Was everyone able to find a bot JID? Copy the bot JID and paste it. Terry might have given you the Anthropic API key this morning. Just paste the Anthropic API key over here. Terry, the key is still active, right?
The key is still active for now. I've not shut down the juice yet.
Everyone say thank you, Terry.
You're quite welcome. Don't try to crack
Yeah.
it.
Where it says client ID, copy your client ID. Where it says client secret, copy your client secret.
it, I took a step from the right.
Teacher, I'll go ahead. Who's that? Go to the surface. Go down. Down, 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 down. Go up, up, up. Just and when you put Google.com, put the URL. No, not this one. This one. Okay. Good one. Thank you so much. Guys, when pasting the ngrok URL, make sure you don't paste your local host. Make sure you paste this one. You will see two URLs. Let me expand this. You will see two URLs. One is this, one is this. Make sure you put the forwarding URL, the first part. Okay? Cool. Got it?
Yeah, you should not say out of it. If you can
Save the file. I'll pray to my demo gods and oops, there you go. Maybe I was not.
I think you have to have quotations on the.
I don't think so. Oh yeah, of course. It's not node server.js, it's node index.js. Did everyone get this message for team chat listening? Did everyone get this message? Team chat listening on port 4000? Oh yes, install modules. I'm sorry. Let's install a few things. Node install .lb. It's npm install. Yeah. Make sure you install .lb, and then I think for this one I'm using Express.js. So if you have not installed Express, also do like npm install Express. So install these two libraries. I don't think we are using Axios. We are using body parser too, so just install this one too. But we previously installed it, so I don't think we need it anymore. Yes. npm install.png. npm install Express. And then try npm install body parser. Yes, if it says it's listening, if you get this message which says listening on port 4000, you're good. Once it says listening on 4000, go to this page where it says add app now. Go to marketplace.us. Were you able to get it?
Not yet. I actually prepared my keys.
Okay, so go to marketplace.zoom.us.
Okay, marketplace. Marketplace.
Yeah. PLAC.
Zoom.us. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay.
Make sure you're bottom.
Ну, там ки, наверное, можно взять. Или эти приложения, которые там. Какой они создали? Вот они там приложили все, что я просто документ ID появляется. Zoom вот JD.
There for 1 second.
Ничего, да не было ничего, через ним зарегался, интересно.
Все, включать. Вот нашел. Тестируйте мне фичи. Давайте скинем все. Я скину. Какие-то часть инфы есть. Давай попробуем закончить. Не сложно. Не знаю, возможно, это по первой части. Да, это по первой части.
There's a ribbon here. There's just one small change. The one in the bonus that we got. There's just one small change, and I apologize for that. In your team chat subscription, make sure whatever endpoint you're entering, put /Anthropic ahead of that. Oops. So I'll paste it in the chat again. So it should be like your URL /Anthropic. I'll attach a screenshot too. Look at this. Just make sure, like in your marketplace, your endpoint is something like this. Cool. And if you have done all of that, then go to your local desk, click Add App Now, click Allow. It will send you to google.com. The reason is because as the redirect URL, we provided google.com. But Don't worry about it. Go to your Zoom Teams chat and you should be able to see your app. Whatever you have named your app, you'll probably be able to see that app. And start chatting. Hi, my name is Ojas. Nice to meet you, Ojas. How are you? This works. Did you click install? Okay, go to Zoom. No, go to Zoom. Is your server?
Я в тебе как включал вот. Типа он еще у нас на сервере крутится, что ли? В этом фишке, ну да. Это принципиально, потому что в телеге включить вот вообще не отличается.
Are you guys able to see the chatbot? Wow. Okay, is everyone's Zoom updated by the way? If not, then just update Zoom once. Yes. Are you able to see the wall? And if you haven't updated Zoom, you might want to update Zoom, or else you might not be able to see the chat.
Как она такое стал сделать?
Другой статьи. Ты мне скинешь, что я посмотрю, сейчас что-то отправлю. У тебя есть что-то? На самом деле я тоже это например, сделал, у меня там тоже шифр. Стоп, выйти где? Просто дело в том, что здесь у меня такая же шифра. Слушай, нет, у меня такая же шифра. Здесь TNP стоит. TNP, напиши TNP. NPM, потом пробел, два минуса и верш. Скажи. NPM, а не NP. Я же сидел с твоего контроля, я писал. Ну, в общем, тут Что-то не работает. Не, ну я в принципе понял, что ты, как бы, сам делал матерей, нашел тебя. Надо понимать, тут нужно это. Вот я сейчас APK уже на трофике создал, на самом деле. Уже добавил два ключа. И я очень быстро, потому что там у меня все будет работать. То есть, возможно. Zoom verification код. Zoom GID. Надо их создать еще.
Is that what is running to everyone or using you can see
Нет плохой библиотек, которые Чего? Белок молодцы. Белок? А белок? Где ты белок? Что тебя смущает? Белок. В самолете все будет понятно. Но белок.
After you see the test, did you create any
Жуел? Съел? Два. Не, а?
Yeah, you should be using your own.
No, this is your calling Zoom meeting. So there is definitely no chance of getting
Did you remember?
Yeah.
Там съел свой период, сразу зарплату там $10 в месяц. Шансы там более высокие, чтобы доказать, что могло. Шансы высокие, более высокие. Свои деревья, видеоглаз.
Were you able to get it work?
Oh, did you get this?
That's
Go
to
expand this. Did you get it?
go to marketplace. Go to locators.
Yeah, express is required, but first
Add
you
account.
get it.
Is it possible to use Visual Studio Code?
Yeah.
Can I use Visual Studio Code?
Go back to the app.
You can use any of your IDE.
How can I get this? Because I got just this free, and I just free more. What should I do?
Update that.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, webhook secret token is in the same app. You go back to the app.
I just created this one. Genuine.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming something happened with the anthropic keys.
Go to surface.
Surface.
Yes.
Okay.
Scroll down.
But paste that. Guys, I think one guy found a solution. Funnily, it's working on my end, but I don't know what happened at you guys. But what's your name? Bastion? Thanks, Bastion.
So we just add a simple scope here.
Guys, just make sure to paste those headers.
When you do this in surface, it is like this.
Yes, it should be. If you did not rename your app, it's probably that one.
Google.com.
And now go to your Visual Studio. Okay. Just look at the message what Bastion said. It's probably that one. Yeah. The Zoom bot should appear in the Zoom chat. Go to Zoom chat. Go to Zoom chat. Over here. Label that. Yes. Okay. You want to update it? No, not that. Click on your update. Click on updates. Okay. Go to marketplace. No, that's Oh, it needs. Is this your?
Maybe chat message here or not?
Yeah, you can add whatever, but
Okay.
So this is a
even notification and
thread keys. Like just close and start the app again.
added over here.
And if you're not able to see it.
This
Okay. Chat. Yeah, chat.
whatever.
Okay.
Should be the Visual Studio.
Oh yeah. Okay.
This one.
Yes.
Verification for webhook secret token.
Just do you mind just uploading your whole file? Let's just use this new.
Maybe.
Yeah.
This one?
Yes.
You just put like it's not Axios, right? It's not the issue with Axios.
This one.
It's the headers.
And this verification.
Surprisingly, I don't have that.
Okay, but still Zoom job.
Zoom bot JID. It was.
Yes, I don't have that. I didn't do that. It's still working for me. I'm not sure why.
Just
Yes.
where do you get Zoom bot JID?
Oh, go to Surface. Go down. Go down, 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 down. Get that. Wait, go down. Go down, 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 down. Have you configured the app? Team chat subscription. Go up. Yeah, and you do the team chat subscription. Once you do that, you'll get the bot JID.
Oh, okay, slash command. So you put http google.com. No, sorry. Just create a unique keyword here. Okay. Bot endpoint URL is I don't remember what happened. That one.
Zresztą przełożenie, a tą rolę słów, czat. To odkryliśmy, co jest pewnie człowiek
Perfect. Now, so our chatbot is running. Go ahead and build something with it. I really want to see what you guys build. So, yeah, if it's running good, then you can start with like building something using Qdrant, and we'll just see at the end of the talk what you guys do.
Not really. Try reinstalling it. Reinstalling it that Apple drop and should control C and then so basically give you so you are yes. Still put it in activity.
Yes. Did you update that? Is that bot responding? So please go ahead, build something. I want to see what you did. Is the bot responding for you?
Not yet. I can't so broke.
Is it responding? Yeah. Perfect. Go ahead, build something.
Nie już będę ten grok.
Oh, it's history plus movie. Okay. So that makes sense. Based on feedback on the APIs, it doesn't say that
I'm good. Just people inside.
And
You're coming outside.
Guys, if I could have your attention for 1 minute, I have with me the head of Zoom apps, Arun Jati. We'll just say hi to him, and if you have any feedback, let us know for the marketplace. Yeah.
If you have any feedback now or later about building up the Zoom app ecosystem, just let us know.
yeah. So then do we use like the data something and then send that back? Yes.
That is a very good question. Ideally, we wanted to do that today. It's just no, we were going to do that. That's 2.2. You guys have to come for workshop 2.2. Yes. So if you guys want, you guys can try to merge what we did in the morning with what we are doing now, and I'll give you some examples. Like, so basically, what we're doing with this, what we were doing with the so in the morning, what we were doing is we were trying to talk with this bot through a terminal. What if you want to combine them? I absolutely have no energy to do that right now. But if you guys ideally want to combine them, what you guys want to do is go like when you go to your bot, and when someone sends a bot to your a message to your bot, you get this notification. You want to listen to this notification and then process that notification. So if you look how, if I were to show you like a JSON for notification. Okay. So if you look at the bot notification, this is what the bot notification looks like. you want to listen to this command high, like whatever the value of this field command is. Right now, what we are doing in our code is we're taking the value of that command and passing it to Anthropic. If you can see, we are passing the value of this command to Anthropic and then getting a response from Anthropic. So instead of trying to get the response from Anthropic, what you want to do is send that command to our, like if somehow you're able to merge both the codes, you want to send the message to like our earlier integration, and then what it will do is it will basically send it to like try to query the data from Qdrant, then Anthropic will give you the best answer, and then once you get that response, you want to use this file, and when it says message, you want to pass back the message to your Zoom Teams chat. Make sense? If not, just build on top of this app. Don't worry about it. Yeah. But everyone was able to get the Anthropic chatbot running, right? Perfect.
Hi. Can I help? Is it?
Yes.
Okay.
Just,
Yeah, yeah.
just fill this across the key. Or just
.env. Okay, so bot GID.
Yes, yes.
Go to Zoom Teams chat.
Those two chat.
Sorry, go to Zoom Marketplace. Okay. Were you able to run ngrok?
No, my antivirus says that because it's why I can install.
Yeah, unfortunately, without ngrok, I mean, I don't know if
Can I allow to install it? Is it safe to use ngrok? Because
I have been using it for 8 years. I have had no problem, but I don't want to commit on a third party. So if you don't want to install, I understand.
No, I can install it.
I mean, again, like it's so okay. What ngrok is doing is like you have your local host. It is exposing your local host to the web. So it's taking like your local host, like whatever port you have, like let's say 4000. It will take that port, it will open it to the web, and it will give you a URL to contact to that port.
Okay, let's try.
Yeah.
Let's try.
But again, if you don't want to, it's your, like, I'm not responsible.
If you say it's that,
yeah.
Let's try.
Yes. Exactly. So it's not good much.
And the good part is it remembers the whole text also. So like whatever players that you add, so it doesn't have access to it. So you will have to create your own code. So if you look at the previous code, if you try to recreate those somehow, it should be really great. You can integrate together. So the unlocking.js, you want to replace that unlocking.js with whatever. Yeah. Yes. Are you available?
Просто я зарегистрировался там. В смысле, я зашел в Zoom, все, я зашел там, сразу все есть. Ты в Zoom зашла вообще? В принципе. Ну, у тебя там показывает, что авторизованный Zoom? Все, а что надо регистрировать?
У меня нет, не могу выбрать.
Что создать приложение надо?
Не могу создать.
Okay, yes, someone asked me what the flow was.
Там создать приложение.
Не могу я ничего создать.
Ну, ты здесь не авторизовался. Create apps.
Ничего не создается.
Это create apps у тебя. Тебе никогда ничего не создается. Открой на всю страницу, я ничего не вижу здесь.
That's not exactly this.
Это книжки, здесь. Или а что здесь вот написано? Для где?
Вот нету должно быть где.
Билка, помните? Билка. Джейла.
First, creating all the data, keeping it in the database, and vectorizing that and putting it into the report. Then, once your data is inserted, then you go ahead and query that. So, like whatever query you're sending, first pass it. So, like I don't know if again, I'm not an expert in
Yeah.
So please don't forget about
Yeah.
this. But so far, what I know about vector database is whenever you get the regular relation RDS model, like select star from where value is this. With vector databases, it won't give you the exact answer. It will say like, okay, here are like 10 responses which are like most similar to your. So what we are doing is when it gives us those similar responses, we're passing it to the language model.
Это реально с вирусом
And
похоже.
then the language model is giving us the answer.
Я мне сказал, какой-то надо скачать, сколько вирусов распространяет. Вообще, охренеть. Просто жизнь какая-то.
Were you able to get running?
Okay, yes. So,
Okay.
what's going
Would be hey, what's up? Hey, Terry. Hey,
Чего? Ну, говорить по-русски, как называется слово, можешь почитать? Там у тебя желтая машина, все есть.
Yeah. Okay, go to your terminal.
Where?
Terminal. Go to your terminal. Okay, sorry. Go to first and go to Ngrok. ngrok.io, nglog.io. IO.
Okay.
Login, like create an account. And
I already created. Then just log in. Okay. Go down
and follow those steps. 1, 2.
Is this deploy OER or which one?
Yeah, this one. Did you do this?
Okay, this one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go down. Copy this. Go back and then no. Okay, no worries. Copy this URL.
This one.
Yeah.
Or is this one?
No, the down. This is your local URL. This is your local
Okay.
terminal. Yeah. Copy that. Go to marketplace.
Okay.
Paste that URL. Hit save. Actually, go back and edit again. No. Go up. Expand that. Go down. Do /Anthropic.
Here?
Yeah. And THR. TH. Anthropic. Hit save. Go a little bit up. Now copy the bot JID. Go to .png file. And then paste that there. Yes. Now go to your go to Next.js. Go down. Yeah, where it says port 4000, do 8080 because you just started. Okay. Start the app. Well, let's see what the error is. Are you in the? Are you in the correct folder?
Is it in source or?
Yeah, you should be in the correct file. Yeah, do like node index.js. Yeah.
But I haven't installed any libraries.
Okay, why don't you do this? Why don't you go to Zoom chat and someone has added a new Anthropic file, just copy and paste that. Sure. No, are you in the chat where everyone is there?
Is this chat?
Yes. I have exhausted my limit today. I can't add any more people.
What was this?
Показывает, что я логинился.
You went happy your India?
Sure. Okay, so it's, because you know, I when I start application, I see the error message. So I try to He suggested to use correct file. Which she was meaning she was meaning
Go up. There should be like a this one, the Anthropic.js. Go down. Yeah, just paste this file.
Guys, everyone was able to build a chatbot? Then I'd love to see what you guys build on top of that. So if you need any help after this workshop, reach out to me on my email. If you don't have it, it's my first name dot last name at zoom.us. And yeah, let me know. Yes.
And also, just to let everybody know, Simon will be speaking at 3 p.m. So from now to 3 p.m., you can just kind of hang out, have some drink, have some fresh air, and we'll be back here at 3 p.m. for the talk.
It needs to be in a specific format.
So how long have you been in this segment?
So what you just didn't use wire, right? You were just doing
not this one.
in the morning. Yeah, so what you're doing is you're using Qdrant to find out how similar different media are, or distant. So Qdrant, you're using it to store your vectors.
А как ты
So you can see faster than
как ты это
or set the show numbers.
Да?
And then,
В смысле, телефон это все помогает. Чтобы ты слышал голосовать в этот момент.
and then you're using Qdrant. Well, it's faster than that. Yeah, which is
Старое
Qdrant.
здание, ты уже разбираешь. Да, реально, походу, разбираешь. Скажи, что ты разбираешь.
Yes.
Я тебе могу все свои эти вещи дать, если хочешь. А?
Anthropic is the large language model that we're using.
Как ты сделал это?
So in our database, we have a bunch of numbers. Anthropic is going to take those numbers and turn it into text that we use. No, we can do it. That's what all the models are doing, right? There's an encoder and the decoder. So the encoder is for turning words into numbers, and then the decoder is for turning numbers into yeah, it's not. It's going to be different. Yeah, exactly. It's like the difference between if I asked everyone on the room how tall they were, and I took the average mean versus
Я
the average
понял,
mean.
проблема, я
It's like different techniques that will lead to different results and for different use cases. They're both like
Нет.
Yeah. What do you mean by that? Yeah. I think that to answer, it's going to turn your query into a number. And then it's going to say, hey, are there numbers like this in the database? Which is going to represent some numbers.
Yeah. So we never did
No, this morning, what I showed you when you're searching through the query, that's RAG. Because we put our documents in, and then query that database as a meaning for it.
Тянешь мое время, моя энергия на это. Что ты ебанутый, блядь,
So basically, it's like the way I look at it, because
Что тебе не поможет, ты заебал.
details can get a little weird.
Что тебе не поможет?
The way I look at it is, RAG is when you have your own custom document and you're querying that custom document. It's not RAG if you're using something like GPT, where it's like without a custom document.
So there's a vector API. Querying it.
Like if I open up ChatGPT and I say recommend me meeting for a new developer, it'll answer it. But it's not going to be the same answer as if you bring in your own.
У тебя есть конкретные шаги, они вот это просто общие слова, ничего не значащие, которые в проекте смеют. Конкретно, что сделать? Смотрите. Какой файл проект? Какой файл делать?
So actually, the search comes from the button, but you're using Anthropic.
When it says Viviet, replace that with Qdrant.
Yeah.
We built a web service. This is the code that you guys downloaded. Assume that. What it was doing is it was trying to get all APIs, like it was making call to our user. It made call to 4 APIs. Users, to get a list of all the users. Then for every user, it got a users meetings for the last 6 months. Then for every meeting, it got its recordings, assuming the meetings were recorded. And for every meeting, it got the meeting summaries. So we had all that data. Then we created embeddings out of it and passed on to Qdrant. And then from our terminal, forget this part. From our terminal, we were querying this Qdrant machine. And what it does, and Terry, please correct me if I'm wrong. When you query like a vector database, it doesn't give you like the exact answer. Like your relational database, if you be like, okay, select star from this table where value is this. It doesn't do that way, from what my understanding is. It will give you 5 or 10 nearest results, and it will tell you like, okay, these are the results. I don't know what happened. These are the results, and now you have to figure out which it is. So what we are doing is, once we get those results, we are giving it to the language model, and we're telling it select the best option, and then that's giving us the response back.
Large language model kind of refines these options that database sends.
Yeah.
And then it selects the best.
Exactly. So it looks at your query. It looks at the options that your vector database has set you, and then it will find out the best one from that.
And that's how you kind of refine the database responses. Like, yeah.
Exactly. Yes. Yeah.
So like all the RAG solutions that are out on the market, they are using anyway under the hood some vector database. Like,
I want to say yes, but I haven't like really looked into much of it.
Yeah.
The RAG solutions that I have built, I want to say like yes, they use vector database.
You can architect it very differently, but yes.
But
basically, there is a data store out there. Which does.
There is no privacy in here, right? That data is sent to the language model.
No. What happens is, it has a when you query the database, it only gives you context. and like you mentioned, right? It is in form of numbers, and the language model will decode it. Of course, the data will go to the language model, but from privacy standpoint, if you talk about it, right, like you can have the language-based model in your network and create. That's why people create RAG, because instead of giving all the data, like all the Zoom meeting data to LLMs, you create your own separate data store of all those meeting data, and then use language models to get this information, like more additional information. Yeah, of it, yeah.
For me, it's like everyday thing.
It is a very you have to architect it very different, like depending on like your use cases and all. Like architecturally, what is the network outside the network, and like a lot of things can happen.
Oh, I see. I also got
So we have to figure out how to.
What's up?
Oh, sorry, I got yeah, first. So with the numbers knowledge, there's images using videos.
Yeah.
I feel like start one multi-dimensional space, or you can take like separate. Like
You can create separate collections.
Yeah. So, you actually could go. Yeah, that's an outcome. It'll be up there too. But I'm going to log into my, you can come. I'm going to log into my cloud. So now I'm in my quadrant cloud, right? I'm going to go to my cluster. Okay, we'll pretend that this had collections because we had collections. So each collection might be named. So let's say you're building YouTube. You want to do summaries of YouTube videos. You might have a collection that's like YouTube videos. You might have a collection that's like the name of the video, and then you group it by name. You might have a collection where you group it by the user name. So you can split it however you want. You could also have a collection of everything on YouTube.
So for the collection, there's one.
No. You can have multiple things in the collection, but we're going to expect the data in the collection. So you're going to have to do some weird stuff. You're going to start doing all kinds of data in terms of like tables and how it's all of the but if you just said, hey, I Zoom table, you can do that. Exactly. Yep. So, yeah, pretty much. I mean, different companies are going to have their different approaches, right? Because we work with some of the pharmaceutical companies where they want to have all their data in the same collection, but they limit the access depending on what location you're in, right? Because they know that. Yeah, so you can have row-based access control. You can basically have, basically do anything that you want to do. No, you need to set up a row. Okay. And you need to set up basically Zoom plus LlamaIndex plus water. Basically, in the morning, we did a session where we showed how to set up row access. And coaches did a session where we showed how to build and that's what it is. Oh, okay. What did you got?
Chefs.
This is where do you guys use Zoom? Yeah, and both of us chat as well as video chat. With the Zoom API, you can get the data. Yeah. Yeah. So is this app currently like stipend like what has high reviews or something like that, or make recommendations or how does it work? Yeah, I haven't feeling paid. Yeah, I don't like it. Okay, I see. Okay. And then are you guys like a standalone website or do you integrate with existing stores? Okay. Cool. So you're like a better search system for those stores. It's like, hey, this is the moment for sales. Very cool. That's cool. Yeah, it would pull out the transcript. Like, so here's like a super advanced case, right? Imagine if you have a sales call. You could do analysis on the sales call and how it went versus what was being happening in the meeting. Oh, well, you mentioned this thing, and all of a sudden you don't make sales. You mentioned this thing, all of a sudden you make sales. So that kind of analysis. Yeah, exactly. And then have like a dashboard that tells you in real time, like, hey, this is wow. Yeah.
That's a separate one.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, even you can have like real booking agents now, stuff like captions, like that. Do whatever you do.
You can use it. Or what you can give you like
No, you don't have to apologize, dude. That's all right here. What's up? Hey, Dennis.
Where this video is, replace that with Qdrant. This part is what we did in the morning. Like, just remove the chat part and replace this part with Qdrant. This is what we did in the morning. We called a few APIs. We converted them to vector, sent it to a vector database. Now, we could have just done that with a regular database. But what happens when you have images? What happens when you have videos? That is where your vector database comes into the picture. So what it does is it converts whatever you give it into like vectors.
Yeah.
And then for like similar images or similar things.
They are in the same general direction.
Exactly.
Yeah. And one other cool part about vector databases is that like the difference between like the difference between like boy and girl would be the same vector difference between mom and dad.
That's a good question. That's a good question for you. He's the vector database.
Okay.
That's the Zoom experience.
Okay.
But yeah, I'll assume.
So basically the problem that it's trying to solve is that you can't give unlimited context to the model. So then you're just consolidating the context of all your different things into
pretty much. What are you doing?
I'm a freshman at UC.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I'm working on an app. It's called Selfie Story. It's a personal project. So what it is you know those videos online where people take a selfie every day and then they put it into the videos.
I'm too old for that. But yeah, sure. I'm like too old for all of this, but yeah, sure. Yeah, but I know what you mean. Yeah.
So that,
oh wow. Okay. How?
This is one selfie I take every day in 2023 up until now. And basically what I'm doing is that while I was talking this video, it was so annoying to align my face. I had to align it manually.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was going to ask. Like, how is it?
Exactly.
That's what I was looking like. How is it like every single time it's in the center?
Yeah, so you can see if you look at the
Yeah, yeah.
bars, if you look at the bars on the sides here, each photo is manually aligned.
Yeah.
So then what I'm doing is I'm creating an app that detects where your face is and then detects your eyes and remaps it for certain areas.
Okay.
Make a video like this.
That is so cool. You could literally build like a image editor.
Yeah, exactly.
Like it starts small, but that's a cool idea. Right?
Yeah. So then I'm just doing it for this use case right now. Like I don't have any thoughts on monetization right now, but I do think that I don't. I think that this has like viral potential.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's a cool app. Like, if I was like I mean, I could see use cases for this.
Yeah, like you know what Uriel was, right? Uriel
how old do you think? No, seriously.
Seriously? Like 30.
Closer.
Wait, what?
Closer. Very close.
Okay.
Then I'll be 33 in March.
Oh wait, so I got it exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, wait. Okay, but anyways, but an app like that, you see yourself with actually using it, where like it notifies you, oh, you celebrate.
Well, so when I was in college, I used to use Snapchat every day and I used to maintain those streaks.
Yeah.
So, yes, like at that time,
Yeah.
of course, yes. Today, probably
Yeah,
not.
no, today, yeah.
But yeah.
I just think that it's cool that you can document like your whole life in one video, right?
Yeah.
And it, like, you can see your growth over.
So I remember like I had this friend in college, she used to like take this one photo every day, like what you did, and that reminded me of that. But then what I observed was how is it like every single time you're in the center?
And that's what I'm solving.
Okay.
It's
nice.
So then I'm like almost it's done like that. I'm gonna publish it in the next week or so.
MVP is here.
Yeah. I've seen some issues with also you won't feel like this is a demo with capture the design. So this looks like
Hey, everybody. Oh, we're just waiting for Simon to join us. Thank you, Kunal. I appreciate that. How's your day going? Oh, man, exhausting. But also learned so much. This was a really cool a day.
Wait, do you do these a lot?
This is my second one. The goal is to do one every month.
Oh, one a month?
Yeah. So probably in the next new year, I think we'll come back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's hella cool.
Yeah.
Really cool. Like, I think this, like, it's just cool, like, the environment, everyone.
It's like
everyone's learning together.
Yeah. You know, like, or like whatever.
Exactly. And like different skills.
Exactly. That's the point. There's people who even know more than me. I saw when I'm doing the presentation, there's people who are like, let me help this guy out.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, when you figure out what you know, I know.
Exactly. And it's nice that, like, I'm probably like on the less experienced level, but like, it's nice that you got to learn.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, dude, people are paying for this.
Yeah.
That dude that was sitting there, you know, like learn some stuff. It's like, yeah, if you had to get him a you would charge probably $250 an hour. No, we got to connect.
Yeah, facts.
Are you on X?
I'm not. No. But yeah.
Короче, там все занято, еще нет места. Там все 9 мест.
I say,
like, if you tell the boy, like, no, let's be happy. 755, he's not there.
yeah, I mean, if it's your boy, then bro.
What if it's not your boy? What if it's not
your boy? I
I
think
for
you
the
wait till
time.
8. That
Yeah,
exactly at your
at
time.
8, it's like, hey.
Or maybe 1 minute after the time.
You know
so
what?
that, so that they
Yeah,
don't,
give them the
they don't
grace
think,
period.
yeah, so that they don't think that you're just like stopping the time. Yeah. Like 1 minute after, like a little bit.
Yeah, no.
Wait, you have a keyboard.
Yeah, you have it too. It's on LinkedIn. So I'll show you where it is. You see that box on the right of search when you type in something? Oh yeah.
Wait, that's fire.
Yeah, they hide it in a weird place. But
Yeah.
once you know where it is.
Yeah. Why is this situation happening right now?
Yeah. Simon was the TF
Oh.
He was supposed to be here. He was speaking free.
Oh, okay.
So I'm like, I don't want people to just hang out if he's not gonna come.
Yeah.
But I also don't want to like press him.
Yeah.
Because when you are late.
Wait, but Loki for like an event, I think that you can text like 5 minutes. Like if it's a coffee chat or something, it's not that.
Как бы усиляться. Давай, ну кидай. Все нормально, все классно. Позитивные мысли, хорошие. Все нормально, не живем в бомжате. Комната чистая, все хорошо, нравится. Чайник, да, чайник течет, в остальном все как бы, все четенько. Туалетик ваш, вот ваш вот.
Also, the market is pushing them.
Exactly.
Yeah, and the market is supposed to be for the user.
Ну, когда ты говоришь про негативное, это негативное сразу. Скажи про хорошее. Почему негативное? Негативное это как удовольствие какое-то. обучение, как бы смысл хотим фиксироваться. Ну, как бы, почему? Съехать оттуда я не съеду, потому что каким действием негатив позывает? Поменять что-то, исправить, съехать оттуда. Что-то там не организовано. А ты вот такой дом сними, большой, и организуй красивый. Посмотрим, как это все будет сделано. Все там нормально, со всеми только договариваться, со всеми напротив. Люди сами свой дом поддерживают в порядке. Мне кажется, лучше найдешь, если у людей свой бизнес. Может быть, есть какие-то мелочи. Если вы не согласны, значит. Илья, вот ты сказал, не организован. Нет, ну, как бы, что тебе? И вообще, как бы, что плохого говорить? Если ты считаешь, что что-то плохо, попробуй изменить. Иначе не смысл говорить, что это плохо. Вот нудять. Если тебе что-то не нравится, озвучь. Ну, а чему нудить-то про это все, если что-то не нравится? Ты не можешь вообще ничего менять. Не хочешь, ладно. Организация здесь хозяйка, все это слушается. У тебя есть пожелания в организации, озвучивай. Я искал про плесень, она сразу напряглась, начала думать, что делать. Я не думаю, что это супер адекватный юзер. Что-то там организация. Что ты делаешь, что они живут своей жизнью, отлично, двое детей, они еще и дома. Решают проблемы всех гостей. Что я считаю, что они делают, все очень классно. Понятно, что по своей воле. Они делают все очень хорошо, очень френдли, очень приветливо. Что там с организацией проблем? Все думают, какую-то херню. До всего можно доебаться. Я еще раз говорю, можно доебаться до стоящего человека на улице, подойти и сказать, ты хули стоишь тут, блядь. Ну просто, ну почему это все? Смени мышление, мысли позитивно. Я позитивный. Они постоянно очень рад. Я с тобой взаимодействую гораздо чаще, чем я точно много. Если бы я не постоянно с тобой рядом нахожусь гораздо чаще. Просто считать плохо, сказать.
Good to see you too. Thank you so much for coming. So basically,
во-первых, 3 часа считать ладно.
Depends on
Знаешь, 3 часа
which platform.
stand there, so you won't be on screen. So if you want to be on camera, you have to use the clicker. Or we can move those.
Usually I have my laptop, so I can
talk
about.
Я написал. Я думаю, у них там всегда одинаковая локация.
А как ее узнать?
В чате
Целый
писать.
чат, что ли? Целый бар?
Блядь, в чате найти ее. Что ты пишешь, а? Ну, возьми, добавься. Давайте добавим. Сложно.
Someone's gonna come in and say.
А он где-то то ли в WhatsApp, то ли где-то. Так знаете, кстати, смотрел? Там здесь ранее платился. What's given it?
We're wondering where the wire fits. Which direction? Just so you guys know, we're gonna get started here soon. Simon's gonna be speaking, and he's gonna be actually on this side. So if you're on the far side of the room, if you don't mind, just kind of moving on down because you're not gonna be able to see anything from that far side. Just a heads up. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll get started shortly. We're just waiting. Oh, we're unable to move it. Okay.
All right, I'll have to look at my slides then.
Yeah.
I'll
Or
just
do you
stand
want to
here.
maybe we can do a makeshift table or something?
Yeah, do that.
A chair?
Nah, it's fine.
Sure.
I basically did like your-
It's not working.
Oh, I thought you-
Okay, cool. Awesome. We're able to get that done. All right.
You guys hear me?
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being with us today. It's been a cool day. It's really awesome seeing people who showed up at 9 and they're still here. Shout out to the soldiers that did the entire day. Shout out to people that just came for this talk. We have the co-founder and CTO of LlamaIndex here, Simon Swell. He's here to talk to us. All right, and with that, I'll pass off the floor to Simon.
Yeah, great to meet you guys. I want to understand a little bit about the audience first. Like, are you guys all engineers working on agents? What, maybe raise your hand if you've worked on agents before. A couple of them. How many people are like engineers or like data scientists here? Some of them. Okay, great. Yeah. And what do the other folks work on? Are you guys students? Any students here? Awesome, great, cool. So this talk is going to be like fairly technical. It's going to be about a lot of the technical concepts that we've learned and have been developing at LlamaIndex. So we are a startup and we're working on developer framework and platform for empowering engineers to build Gen AI solutions much easier, right? But first I want to maybe get started. Like, do you guys know what an agent is? Like, what is an agent? Like, does someone want to shout it out? Your understanding of an agent? No idea at all. Some guys said you were working on agent before, right? So you should speak up. That's something on your behalf. Okay, so some aspects of like agency, right? Taking actions or doing something on the behalf of a human. Any other thoughts there?
So it's an AI model that will specify one thing out of multiple taken together with people.
Okay, so AI model that work with people to do something.
Acts
Right?
like somebody.
Act like someone. Okay, interesting.
And
Yeah.
usually it has some sort of context, like
Some sort of context.
for that person that it's their help.
Absolutely, yeah. In order for it to do something with human and achieve the goal, you need to have context about the person, the world, and what it's trying to do. Right? So that's absolutely. Any other thoughts?
Like LLMs that can be chained together to use like feedback from one to input to the next to create a sequence of actions.
Yeah, so LLM that can chain something together, perform a sequence of actions to accomplish some goal. Great.
I was actually going to draw a parallel perhaps to agents in real life.
Yeah.
So someone that's trying to assign a task for you, but isn't.
Right. Yeah, someone who's, you can assign a task to someone and they can do something on your behalf, right? So it seems like agency is the keyword here, right? Like doing something on behalf of someone else. So those are good questions. Maybe let me introduce myself a little bit and see how that all ties together. So I've been working on sort of LLM-based agent for the past year-ish now. And then before this, I spent like 5+ years as research scientist in the self-driving industry. You might ask, how does self-driving relate to like multimodal knowledge assistant here? And I think the common theme is think about agents and agency. So what I worked on is like building realistic simulation environments where we collected a lot of trajectory data about how humans drive, and then created these ML systems that will simulate how these like humans, pedestrians, drivers will interact in a simulation environment. And why we built that is because we wanted to have these virtual digital twins that we can deploy our sort of self-driving autonomy system and then watch it interact so that we can learn and test and train our self-driving systems without having to deploy them on the real world, right? So what we needed to do is model human behavior and create these self-driving agents in a simulation environment to understand their behavior, right? So after spending a lot of time working on that, now I've kind of move on to the next chapter of my career, and now I'm working on LLM agents. And I think right now it's a particularly exciting time to work on LLM agents because it can do so much in the digital world without kind of encountering the limitations of actually dealing with physical items and safety concerns of like hitting a person or not, right? So self-driving is really good technology. You've seen a lot of Waymos around here, but it still takes some time to kind of broadly deploy. But right now we're seeing a ton of these LLM-based agents that are doing a lot of like knowledge work out there already, and that deployment is going to ramp up much more quickly. So today I'm going to talk a little bit about multimodal knowledge assistant. I think this might be like one particular flavor of what an agent is, and it's about like empowering or helping knowledge workers and like delivering real business values. So a little bit more context going back to LlamaIndex. So our goal is to really empower developers to build context-augmented LLM applications, and then specifically help people to take that from prototype to production very, very quickly. So we have two primary focus areas. One is a very popular open source framework, and that like you can build on top of to create these RAG applications, agent applications. And then we've also built out a enterprise offering, which is like a centralized managed knowledge interface or a RAG platform to create these production level applications. So I'm going to talk a little bit about both of these.
Are you affiliated with Facebook or just?
Sorry, what?
Are you guys actually affiliated with Facebook?
No, we're not affiliated with the Facebook. So funny story, like we used to be called like GPT Index, and then we were worried that we're going to get sued by OpenAI. So then we proactively changed our name to LlamaIndex before Meta released the model Llama. And then like a week later, they released the model. We're like, oh, well, it's too late to like change our name again. We should sue them, yeah. Yeah, if any of you are like lawyers and good lawyers, let me know. We'll go sue Meta. So they still our idea. So yeah, just to anchor like sort of this talk specifically, we're gonna kind of focus on knowledge assistance a little bit. So typically the interaction patterns here is like you have some conversational assistants. You might want to interact with a human to take in some kinds of input, right? Whether that's a task or a question or some kind of like input, and then generate different type of outputs to make their life easier, right? Like whether that's a short answer, some kind of structured output, or even like a research report, right? So I think the power of LLM is that it's so flexible that you can now create these fairly general systems that like tackle a very fuzzy, broad scope of tasks now. And I just lost the screen. Oh, it's back. Okay, cool. So I think maybe earlier there was a talk about basic RAG, and I'm going to assume a little bit of understanding here. RAG means retrieval augmented generation, which is a pretty typical paradigm now for building these LLM-powered applications that have some context, right? So the idea here is that you have some data. these might be some, I don't know, resume files or your FAQs. And then you're going to do some basic text processing, chunking, indexing that so that you have this way to search for relevant context, to give it to your large language model as the sort of the answer generator to give you some kind of response, right? So this has been a pretty common paradigm that's been pretty built out now. And then we have a pretty extensive set of toolkits to allow you to do this. But there's a couple problems with this kind of simple architecture, right? So like you're leveraging very simple data processing, which might not work well for complex multimodal data, and that you don't really have a sort of sophisticated query planning or understanding layer to be able to tackle complex questions. And then also this is sort of a stateless architecture where you don't really understand previous interactions with the human or what's happened in the past. And then also like it doesn't allow you to extend the agent's capability with additional tools or like ability to, for example, search the web or like tackle specific problems with a code interpreter, for example. So, okay. Is there a way for us to fix the clicker? I don't know if it's
What's up? Yeah. What's up?
Maybe it's this one.
Yeah.
It's a lot of moving parts here. Let's wait for it to come back up. I think we just made it worse. Oh, I hear some like electricity.
Let me get the time first.
I hope the roof doesn't burn down.
Sorry about that.
I'll take a quick pause here. What is going on? I'm gonna try to plug it again and see if it helps at all. Maybe we try another board. Maybe we can just try the raw HTML. Maybe there might be HTML for right here. Oh, that looks stable.
You have to close that again.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Okay, back to this part. So we talked a little bit about sort of the limitation of the most naive system. If you try to build like a very general knowledge system with a very naive architecture, what you're going to end up with is a lot of hallucination where the model, because it doesn't have the relevant context, will just sometimes make up some wrong answer for you, right? And then because it's only able to give you responses to very simple questions, it's really not making use of the most potential of the large language model to kind of enhance the decision making, right? So what we really want is an agent, like something that with agency is able to help you, give you more leverage and accomplish more things, not just a simple question answer thing, right? So what we really care about in terms of like going to the future is building these like production ready knowledge assistants, right? Like that, the assistant with the high leverage being the key concept here, right? So this talk, I'm gonna talk a little bit about sort of 4 main aspects, and those are sort of the main areas where LlamaIndex works on to improve different parts of this stack and make this easier to use. So number 1 is about improving the document processing and ingestion part to enable these high quality multimodal RAG. Number 2 is about like how do you like create these more nuanced and complex outputs that has more value, more than just a simple answer. Number 3 is about like when you ask a fairly complex question that requires deeper understanding or research, how do you deal with that? And number four is like sort of from a deployment or production perspective, how can you actually build a system that works super well, not just in a notebook setting. So I'm gonna go over that. First part about setting up a multimodal RAG. So I think like for folks who are not familiar with machine learning, I think one of the key mantra here is that whatever data you feed into your system largely determines the quality of your system, right? So when people are building these agents that have access to your personal data and organizational data, a lot of the challenges are actually about pre-processing these documents or data, extracting out the relevant information so that can be fed into the large language model during the agent's runtime, right? So very often, like the naive system don't work well with complex documents. So what I mean by that is sort of if you talk to any larger enterprises or even like yourself, you will often find a lot of the information is locked up in these binary formats like PDFs, sometimes slides, etc., that have information condensed in embedded tables or charts. Sometimes there's very complex layouts. For example, like scientific papers have 2 columns or 3 columns sometimes, and then you have like repeated header and footers which might contain irrelevant information, right? So when building out a very naive RAG pipeline using sort of simple like PDF solutions, what you end up with is a lot of these garbage data in there, and then that's where a lot of the hallucination for these agents might come from. So what we really care about is to be able to properly extract out the key nuggets of those information from various types of documents. And then to that end, we kind of leverage large language model itself to build out a Gen AI native parser. So at a high level, what that means is like, for example, you have a PDF file, which it's like a long tail of different content hierarchy as well as content types inside. We're trying to produce a very structured representation of that by breaking down those into specific semantically related nodes, which might be like a text chunk or a table or diagrams, right? So this structured representation allow us to better process those, index those, and then allow us to extract additional metadata using large language model to enrich the representation, which will make it easier to retrieve and then like better quality context for an agent to use. So we kind of built out one of our solutions, which is called LlamaParse. Naming of our products are pretty silly, so bear with us. So it is a system that's kind of there, that's been empowering a lot of Gen AI solutions. We've been used by like 20,000 plus users and processed 25 million plus pages, and that have been like sort of a core building block for a lot of Gen AI related applications out there. So in the context of this discussion, like just to visually show what really that means, is like in like sort of organization, a lot of knowledge is in these kind of bar charts or tables, Excel sheets or forms, which have a lot of nuance to them. And then a lot of the actual value is about properly reading these and translating these knowledge to your agents, right? So these are specific examples in which we've shown that our system will work much, much better. And I think it's valuable to understand that there's a really big gap in performance just on the data side, right? We're not even talking about anything nuanced or complex with the large language model itself. And specifically, we kind of recently launched a new multimodal parser, which leverages the latest large language models, specifically the ones that take visual inputs, and then combining with our heuristic system was able to do much, much better compared to sort of the naive approaches out there. And like what I really want to emphasize is like, like the type of documents that we get from our customers are things of this sort, like not exactly the peltering schedule, but have very nuanced tables in context where, for example, if you use a visual language model to do some naive parsing, like all of those like yellow squares will hallucinate an answer. And then like we've built out a system that is able to properly ground the agent's response on these more complex document formats. So each of the green squares, which is all of them, I think, are the ones who will get the correct answer. So the next part of that is once we figured out like the document pre-processing and parsing part, like how do we actually index that into our vector database or some other type of retrieval system is very equally important as well. So what we've kind of built out both in open source setting as well as in our like commercial solution is like these kind of hierarchical representation, and then also using the large language model to better enrich these chunks, and then indexing the text representation, for example, of diagrams using like additional LLM-based description of tables to facilitate sort of the discovery and retrieval of those things. And then by like sort of recursively retrieving information that are in this hierarchy, we're able to like allow the agents to find both like sort of high level as well as granular information. A little bit more of a kind of an extension of the multimodal side as well. I think, I don't know how familiar you guys are with like traditional search system, like mostly the focus is very much about indexing text and then using that text at retrieval time for an agent as well. But one of the really great things now is that we have these visual language models that are able to have fairly good understanding of a visual representation of a document. And our system is able to save both the text representation as well as the original sort of image representation as well. And that will allow us to better leverage both of those representations and kind of allow the agent to be more accurate and for those answers to be more grounded there. So what we see is that like using sort of a multimodal retrieval technique, we're able to further reduce hallucination and answer more complex questions in analysis and research. I'm gonna skip over this. So we've actually like took some of those learnings and built out our sort of developer platform, and we really emphasize like time to value, sort of giving you state-of-the-art performance out of the box, as well as like sort of enterprise-ready features. Skip over that. So the other parts of the talk I wanted to mention is about sort of these more nuanced output representation that go beyond just like a answer to a question, right? So what we are seeing out there is that a lot of the most valuable knowledge use cases are about generating reports, right? So if you think about being like a consultant or a financial analyst at a junior level, what you're doing really is gathering a lot of information, doing some cognitive processing of that, and then kind of presenting that finding to your superior manager, right? And I think the power of LLM is to kind of simplify a lot of those processes and then assist the junior folks to be able to deliver those high value tasks much more quickly. So basically, like to empower our agents to do these, we must think beyond just like a simple answer. And right now, like the way we typically use large language model based agent is to give it different type of tools so that it can not only give an answer, but also take some actions to find additional information, or for example, like send an email. And then as well as like using ways to be able to generate structured outputs. So for example, like some of the cases where we've kind of helped build out report generation use cases is fairly straightforward really under the hood, right? So leveraging a large language model based agent to first specify your desired output schema. So whether that's like you want interleaving of text blocks and image blocks to compose a report, being like a naive example, or also like more sort of bespoke structures for these reports that you a priori already know, you can ask the large language model to be able to reason over its context and knowledge and fill out the specific output artifacts in a format that you care about, right? So in this case, if you look at the example on the right, it's very much about using existing organizational knowledge and then composing these artifacts that are very rich in format so that you can deliver your point with existing graphics. Moving on to the next section very quickly, it's about like how to handle complex queries, right? So if you think about a human agent, like you're not asking them like what temperature is today, like what is the weather, right? Like very often you want them to do a task or complete something more nuanced, right? So this is the part where that gets very often overlooked in RAG systems. Is that like there are these almost tiers or segments of questions when you think about what like natural language interaction looks like. So some of them might include like sort of most naively a pointed fact, right? So somebody might ask Wikipedia like, who's the president of the United States? That's very straightforward. It might go into more complicated ones like summarization questions or like summarizing this document, comparison questions like, you know, comparing the revenue of Tesla versus Uber or something like that. Or like, as it gets further along, it's much more multi-step in nature, right? So these multi-part questions about like, tell me about something, another thing, compare and contrast them, give me a final conclusion, right? And at the end of that whole spectrum, you might end up with like research tasks, right? Like imagine you're a like, graduate student researcher and your task is like to create like a survey over some topic, right? So really like when we talk about agent and agency, it's like a whole spectrum in that, right? So on the very left end of the spectrum, you have these very simple tasks where users might expect it to be very low cost and very low latency, and then give a response very quickly, right? And on the other end, you have almost like full-fledged research situations where you're handing off a description of something you wanted done, and then you don't really care about it, right? Like, give me back the best response after you spend like an hour researching it, right? So these are kind of sort of spectrum of agent use cases that we're seeing out there. And then like, you know, in terms of maturity, obviously the ones on the left are a little bit easier to tackle, and on the right are harder and more error-prone, right? So we kind of like devise various constructs or abstractions in our open source framework to tackle these different level of complexity. Basically, the way we kind of think about tackling these different levels of complexity in queries is like there are these like reusable modules in which your agent needs to get access to data, your agents need to think and plan, and your agent needs to remember something, right? And then it's an orchestration of these different underlying components, and then like putting the right guardrails or framework around it that allow you to achieve the right outcome, right? So like we kind of generally think about constrained agents versus unconstrained agents. In the case where there's a more constrained agents, you're explicitly defining the set of steps that you want the agent to take, right? So you can think of an example where you have a very junior intern, or like you have a kid who, you know, they have some level of capability, but if you don't tell them what to do, they're really gonna go off the rails, right? So you say like, okay, look, here's a, you know, like an instruction manual or like standard operating procedure, or like, here's like 1, 2, 3, 4 steps that I want you to follow. And then like, that's kind of like one key paradigm of how some of these agent systems are being built right now as well, right? So, you know, constrained flows of like explicit actions, and then maybe some small autonomy for the agent to decide which tool to use or what step to advance to, right? But there's also the more unconstrained flows in which, you know, as the large language model capability gets better and better, we expect to move towards this paradigm a little bit more, right? So instead of like the current paradigm in software engineering of defining everything, a lot of these are about like defining the task or outcome, and then using this like fuzzy reasoning engine to make automatic decisions about what to do as the next step, and whether if you want to take another step or repeat something, reflect. So here, like it's much more of a general architecture, and we're seeing a level of success for reasonable, moderate difficulty tasks. But we're still not quite at the age where, you know, you can just completely replace like a junior knowledge worker with an agent quite yet. I do believe, and I'm pretty optimistic we're going to get there in a couple of years. Okay, so all of those are kind of the high-level reason why we built out LlamaIndex, the framework as well. So we have a couple of our opinions about how those software should be expressed in terms of like specific ergonomics in architecture. So a couple of considerations are like, one, about event-driven. So this is like a particular sort of programming pattern, and I think it's a great pattern for defining agents, which is about like, you know, defining a sequence or like a tag of things you want to do, but express them in terms of events, right? So when something happens, you want to process it in a different way and then emit another event. And this will allow you to build a fairly loosely coupled agent system that have additional like observability and debugging benefits. So we believe in like composability. So building out these low-level modules that achieve particular goals, and then kind of having the outer layer orchestrate them together to adapt to different tasks. We kind of believe in this flexible and code-first approach. I think there's a lot of software out there that expect you to follow some particular rigid API, and what we've seen is that you really need to kind of customize some of these agent workflows in order to achieve the particular task you want, whether it's building like a, I don't know, Zoom like transcript analysis bot, or like automatically like creating calendar events. A lot of those are nuanced and like kind of correspond to your specific use case. And then like I think right now like we're at a point in time where you do need to kind of learn a new way of debugging some of these agent systems, which is kind of slightly different from the older sort of traditional software. And that interaction in understanding what an LLM is doing, and then being able to kind of trace back and interact with the system to replay it is very critical. We also build out like our sort of agent framework, which we call workflows, to be very easily deployable. So you can start defining those components in like a local development notebook, and then very easily kind of translate that to production as well. Sort of open source, like we've really kind of iterated on some of these abstractions a lot. We started out with a graph definition approach that's more declarative, and then now much more like a workflow approach. So you can very quickly glance like what that looked like, and we believe sort of the right side is sort of the better way to define it. That's much more clearer and easier to work with without having to deal with a very constrained graph and DAG representation. Awesome. So I think at this point, like a lot of people have been building these systems, and basically one of the big questions is like, what amount of benefit or risk are there for some of these LLM systems? And I think we basically believe as LLMs get higher degrees of reliability, they are going to be much more widely deployed. But right now, we still need a lot of observability, debuggability, and then human-in-the-loop ways to verify some of those outputs, especially in mission-critical systems when it needs to take actions. So what we've seen, the biggest sort of value add or the benefit so far has been more like human-in-the-loop in assistive applications rather than completely automation, right? So we're not expecting these LLM agents to necessarily quite behave as like a self-driving car and completely replacing humans quite yet, but it's going to get there in a couple of years. Let's skip over this. I think this is the last part. So I think we talked a little bit about sort of different concepts and constructs, and then right now for us, one of the key things is to figure out what's the best way to enable a seamless interaction between development and production. So we kind of built out this like deployment system, which we call Llama Deploy, which can encapsulate some of these workflows as well as individual agents to build sort of either constrained flows or sort of unconstrained multi-agent systems, right? So the expectation is that you set up these sort of almost like crew of agents or a system of agents that interact with each other and take on different roles, and also with some human in the loop to verify the type of work or intermediate traces that they've produced to generate final knowledge artifacts, right? So that's kind of the direction that we're going. And we specifically have built out a system that use similar constructs in sort of control plane orchestrators, and then leveraging standard message queue components to kind of orchestrate some of these agents, similar to like sort of how people orchestrate microservices systems right now. So we see like an evolution of like some of these LLM-empowered components to take on sort of a new shape of software, but a lot of those kind of existing paradigms are being infused in there with some modification. So that's it. Hopefully you guys learned something, and that's interesting. And I know we have some more time. I'm happy to take some questions as well. Yes.
Question for you, and this is sort of twofold. The first question is, how do you see the future of engineering as these tools become more and more powerful? Specifically, I'm a data scientist, and part of the reason I started
learning more about AI was I saw ChatGPT doing some of the things I was getting paid to do. And I was like, wait a second, I don't know that this would be a career. So I'm curious, where do you see kind of the top-notch data scientists? Are they going to be expert prompt unravelers, or where does that skill set go? And then secondly, what do you think the current, let's say, student or even worker who's an engineer, you have a pie, how much of that pie should be taken up learning how to use these prompting systems versus learning the fundamentals of the system?
It's a good question. So I'll address the first one. So we definitely do see a lot of like sort of quote unquote lower level tasks being more automated or assisted. And my perspective is that like as the tools get better, people need to generally have higher leverage to stay relevant to some extent, right? So instead of being the execution person, like doing the task, I think it's much more like even right at a junior level, you need to be like an architect or a manager, right? So as the tool get better, you get higher leverage. As like, you know, like if you're in the workforce for a while, like you become more senior, you start writing more design docs, you start like being the manager to define the outcome rather than how to do something. I think that's going to be the case in this paradigm as some of the simpler things are, you know, just one prompt away, right? And that's not to say that you don't need to understand what is happening, but like the actual like hands-on work of doing it might get simpler or like sort of delegated out, right? So like similar to how a manager, you know, a good manager will have strong technical understanding of what is going on and is able to verify the outcome of the task. It's like the same idea here, right? So you need to have the strong foundation to be able to understand and evaluate what's going on without like blindly trusting it, but know that like that's a way to get a lot more leverage. I think that's my answer to the first question. Then number two, I honestly don't have a good response because I feel like it is critical to have that foundation to be able to verify, right? And then the extent to which we get training or learn how to do that, that intermediate process seems to get automated away a little bit. So it does seems like my speculation for the future is that maybe there will be more of like a apprenticeship model where, you know, like people spend a little bit longer in training to get to that higher level immediately, rather than starting out as a more junior level to get that hands-on experience in the work setting. So I don't have a strong idea what that looks like. I'm actually very curious what education system will look like by the time I have kids, because like that would be crazy. Like what is that going to be look like?
No, I don't know if you saw the video where someone put ChatGPT on the TI-84.
Yeah.
And you just kind of think about how a teacher is going to, like, yeah, I'm sure people have been doing that for many years.
Yeah.
Probably just found out. How many people brought that into their SAT and got a perfect score? You know, it's like, it's a really interesting time.
I mean, I think the ability to use a graphing calculator was already outdated, but now it's even more outdated, right? But like the concept of what a polynomial looks like and the structure of those things matters, right? So, yeah, so it is hard to say what that would look like from my perspective.
For AI engineers who are learning this and who are building multi-agent systems, the complexity grows exponentially. And what do you recommend for observability tools? I have people asking, I have no idea what agents are doing. I just know it takes 24 minutes before I get the answer. And the second half of that, so people would say, why are we even learning, you know, workflows or line graph? Why don't we just go to some off-the-shelf new fancy fangled Fetch AI or other sort of no-code, low-code agents? And where do you see your solution that would have advantage over that low-code? So 2 parts.
Yeah, that's a good question. So number one, in terms of observability solutions, like there's so many out there. I think people in the ecosystem are familiar with various, like more on the sort of tracing observability side, whether that's like Arise or Linsmith or Traceloop, like there are just so many. And then we have provided that integration with a lot of them in our open source framework and documentation as well. We are not particularly sort of opinionated about observability. So I think from that perspective, there's a lot of great providers out there. And then all the existing sort of providers like Datadog and New Relic will also provide some of these solutions to be able to trace some of these requests in terms of like, natural language prompts and outputs, right? So I think previously we have, REST APIs of request responses. Now we have, tokens being that. So it's just a slightly different shape, and all the challenges where you have like tracing microservices systems interacting with each other will be the same, right? In the paradigms, I think we're tracing so different. And for your question number 2, I think like no code versus sort of like code first framework. I think they both have their places. Like in what we see, for example, like SMBs, like small, like startups or whatever, where they really need to solve a problem without that much customization. A lot of no-code solutions get you there, right? But like in, for example, larger organizations where it's more bespoke business needs and bespoke systems and interactions, where you want to represent a more complex workflow, that additional like level of flexibility in coding is very useful, right? So it's about providing that skeleton and framework to be able to build on top of and enable that to work quickly, right, but not constraining the degree of freedom there. That's sort of our philosophy. Hopefully that answers your question. Yeah.
So I don't catch you said, so for doing the agents, do you have the ability to use any other LLM? Do you have the ability to use any other LLM, like ChatGPT or Gemini, and just kind of connect and work that, or is it only for your own stuff?
Yeah, that's right. So we're not opinionated about the large language model itself. We integrate with every single large language model provider out there. That being said, it's not entirely portable, meaning that like the behavior of one LLM is not entirely the same as the other. So we're in an age where it's very interesting, right? In sort of traditional software, if you have integration and the API is the same, you can largely expect that to be transferable or like interoperable. And right now, with large language model-based system, we have some degree of generalizability where you can use one model versus the other, but there still needs to have a process of validation in your specific application, whether you can swap one in versus the other. But we do support integrations and everything.
Yeah. Custom for Gemini and custom for ChatGPT, or you have to figure it out?
So what we've noticed is that like for simple tasks like summarization without too much like specificity, like most of the model perform fairly similarly. But for example, if you want a very complex instruction following problem of like, take this piece of information, find the nuance between this thing and that thing, generate like a JSON response and do something else, right? Like a much more complex task, then the model performance will differ, and then the style will differ as well.
For like, I've seen Grok and how fast it is, right? And I was thinking that might be useful. If we go to a chatbot, that might be useful to be able to double check the chatbot super fast.
Yeah.
Can you integrate that into this, or how do you
Yeah, absolutely. We have integration with Qdrant and plugins as well. Yes.
Can you expand on the unconstrained workflows a little more? Specifically, is it like similar to declarative programming where you're just trying to define the outcome and you don't really care about how the agents get from point A to point B? Or is the goal more about letting the agents like get to a more creative, like innovative solution or result?
Yeah, I think that's a really good analogy, like in terms of like declarative versus like prescribing what to do. So I think like oftentimes what the end goal you want to get to is describe the task, and then for the agent to independently come up with a breakdown in terms of steps of that task and use that plan to execute different subsystems or whatever to accomplish that task, right? So that's what I mean by less unconstrained or less constrained. So you can think of, for example, like the ChatGPT UI as one such example, where at each sort of interaction, it will decide to make a call to a particular tool, for example, and then once that has happened, it might do additional rounds of like reflection or thinking to do something else. So that works very well in a certain number of use cases, but where it doesn't work is that you, for example, have very specific like operating procedures or guidelines you want to follow, and then for particular categories of questions you want to route it to a subsystem. So that's like sort of an alternative where you want to be a little bit more constrained or defined. in how the sort of the thinking loop or conversation loop looks like.
How is our monetization model?
You say it again?
Monetization.
How do we make money?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, so I mentioned, so we have an open source effort and then like an enterprise effort. So for our enterprise effort, we sort of take a lot of the learnings and feedback that we've gathered from open source and then build sort of a API-based developer platform product on top that we can sell to larger enterprise customers.
And I have a question like, if we want to build something like the user imports a lot of documents, data, PDFs and charts, and then he just asks for the bot like, hey, plot me a chart of the results of something X and Y. I need to use like LlamaIndex and like Qdrant in between. It's like a good combination, or is different things?
Yeah, so basically you can think of us as like the integration or orchestration layer that combines a bunch of the necessary components to create such a system, right? So Qdrant is the sort of the memory layer or the document storage and index layer, but there's a lot of surrounding things we need to solve for, whether it's like data ingestion and freshness, document parsing, as well as like the different ways in which you orchestrate the agents to be able to interact with Qdrant system, to be able to not just search for top 3 relevant results, but also, do iterative like research, for example, to generate the right response. Great. Any other questions?
One more question after this.
Could you give us some tips to build a production-ready AI agent that provides consistently good outcomes?
That's a very broad question. I think if I can answer that question right now, like our company would be worth $1 billion.
Like how we should start from the scratch, as a minimum step.
Minimum step. I mean, getting started with our framework is a good step, but
LlamaIndex.
Yeah, I know. It's a very broad question, right? So I think maybe taking a step back, like it's kind of like you're asking, like, how do we get good ML system, right? Like, there's no one way to answer that question. Like, I would say, like, understanding what the tasks you're solving, and then like understanding the data you're working with. Those are generic answers to any ML system. And I think working with agents, even though we're not training models, like the ability to leverage this as a primitive to build system is like the same concept.
I'm going to go with him just because you got to ask one, but I'll actually come back to you. I'll get you back.
So I actually wanted to ask about Llama parts. I saw that it extracts data using Gen AI from any document, and the user can use it in the format that they want. First of all, like what kind of features does it provide, and is it open source, and what kind of innovative features are we going to have in that? I would be interested in that basically.
Yeah. So first of all, like what is the format you mentioned? The question. What is the output of that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So at a high level, like Llama parse aim to process like binary formats or any kind of formats of documents and produce sort of structured output, right? So we are able to provide like a JSON output that includes different components that are like properly broken down from the document itself. We provide like a markdown representation, which is like you can call it a semi-structured format that you can still parse out like sort of like top level heading, second level heading, etc. And then we found, a markdown representation is particularly effective as context for large language models because they can train on a large number of markdown representation formats. We also kind of provide back sort of both the original screenshot of the image as well as like sort of initial image chunks from the documents. Those are additional components that you might want to index, as well as they provide to the large language model agents at query or generation time. So essentially, we built out this like focused on Gen AI or like agent use cases. That's where it kind of differs from some of the existing, like the extract or document solutions out there in the past.
So scrapes documents?
Like
scrape New York Times with that?
So not yet, but we're adding sort of a scraping option as well, where you provide sort of web page URL or like a subsite.
But New York Times doesn't want that. You have ChatGPT try to your time, so not this year, we can't do that.
Yeah, so like for us, what we focus on much more is, for example, like for our enterprise customer has some internal sites, wikis and things like that. That's more the use case rather than trying to scrape the New York Times necessarily. Yeah.
Another question, so for context, I work on a notebook product, so just curious to know whether you guys are seeing any kind of trends in terms of dev tools, interfaces, or what are like particularly, I guess, like critical for maybe LLM developers or in general in the AI and all space.
And if you don't mind, I want to jump in and we want to know, what do you use? What's your IDE? What LLM do you use for your questions?
Yeah.
What's your setup?
I mean, I use VS Code and then like I use Sonnet 3.5. I think that's probably the best one so far. I mean, general purpose wise, I think like O1 mini O1 is probably going to be better in a specific situation, but for my day-to-day workload, Sonnet 3.5. Notebook product, do you mean like a Jupyter notebook or something? Oh, Snowflake notebooks. Yeah. I don't have a very strong opinion about that. I mean, like, I definitely use Jupyter Notebook, and like, I wish Jupyter Notebook has like better autocomplete, I guess, like better copilot features, but which it doesn't. So I'm kind of forced to use like VS Code and I use Cursor now, basically. I use Cursor for their tab feature, which I think also works in the Jupyter Notebook setting in Cursor/VS Code, so it's pretty good. Yeah, that's my personal opinion. I mean, I don't know how representative that is.
No, I'm also a Cursor plus Sonnet, but since O1 came out, I've been playing around with that.
Does it work?
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. Especially when you know what you're doing, right? So you can tell it, instead of just saying, build me a rag, you can say, first, do this. You know what I mean?
Oh, even for Cursor though?
Yeah. It's one of those things where the better the coder you are, the more powerful the tool is.
Okay, maybe I'm just not as good as it.
For sure. Especially with like the prompts and instructions, it really made, and actual last question, sorry guys, we gotta get out of here.
So my question is about like enterprises trying to build RAG applications. Right? My understanding is always been that if an enterprise has access to the right ML engineers, they'd rather fine-tune the models instead of building a RAG-based vector database like architecture, build a RAG-based application. What sort of use cases where enterprises actually dive into RAG-based applications, or what sort of trend are you seeing in the enterprise?
I think that's a good question. Like, fine-tuning in the enterprise is the entire misconception from my perspective. Like, people are trying to use fine-tuning to inject additional organizational knowledge into the LLM, and like it just doesn't work that well with fine-tuning. So like people, like organizations have spent a lot of money in creating these fine-tuning products or pre-training products, and they just don't work that well. Like, for example, a prominent example is like, I think Bloomberg spent a large amount of money pre-training a finance-specific LLM, and then that was like in pre-GPT 4 times, and then like that didn't matter, right? Like GPT-4 still does better, like with the correct sort of context information. So like fine-tuning, like at least from my understanding right now, is that much better for specific style. Like for example, if you want structured output in a particular format, if you have like a specific task that you always want to summarize the email in these tones, that works. But if you're trying to build a general knowledge assistant over your organization data that might change, fine-tuning doesn't do the job. And then like there's a lot of dollars being spent on fine-tuning that are being wasted, which is unfortunate.
All right, Simon, is there anything else you want to share with the beautiful people in this room?
I think I covered everything. How many of you use this like some kind of coding assistant or ChatGPT daily?
Did today, right?
Okay, so also, that's good. I mean, I expect 100%. That's my point.
Yeah.
Like if you're not using ChatGPT to generate code, like I don't know what you're doing. And you're still like actually typing on the code.
Probably a belt-fed mode or two in the car.
I mean, it depends on what software you're writing, right?
Yeah, that's
If you're
true.
writing like a CUDA kernel that every single symbol changes the meaning of something.
Yeah.
But if you're writing a React app.
Yeah, exactly. All right, everyone, please give it up for Simon. Thank you so much for joining us for the day today. So we're going to be hanging out outside.
Let's take a quick picture with everyone because
Take a quick picture.
you guys survived the whole day, and we'd love
So
if
we'll take
everyone
a
could
quick
come
picture,
closer.
And then we're going to be hanging out outside. We have to actually exit the building after this, so please exit, and we'll be hanging out outside at those tables.
Oh, we could do a group photo outside. Okay, perfect.
Oh yeah, then
Let's do a group photo outside.
We'll just picture out there. This is your laptop, correct?
By the way, as you leave, there is a barcode near the door. Scan the really short survey. Really appreciate if you fill that in, say how amazing the conference has been today.
Thank you. So Stephen was just saying, as you leave, there are QR codes you can scan. Please scan those codes and leave us feedback, please and thank you. So we know how we did today. So when you're leaving, just scan one of those QR codes and please give us feedback. Much obliged. And thank you everyone for joining us today. This was a blast. Have a good weekend. All right, everyone. Thank you for joining us. I'm out. Have a good weekend.